Okay. I just want to speak to them.
Oh yeah. Give the card to him.
I've been on the phone for 10 hours. I kept missing. I talked to your dad and he didn't tell me that.
Oh my gosh, stop. Actually, someone's How are you? Oh, thanks.
Oh, Brent, how you doing, man? Good to see you. I should have known. You told me.
How are you?
How you doing? How's it going? How you doing? Good.
Bryn Meredith. Nice to meet you. Good. Sir? Yes, sir. That's right.
I'm glad we're not wrestling.
That's right. That's right.
Good to meet you, Brent.
You too. I'm just here for momentum.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? You doing okay? Not if I can help it. If this job doesn't slow down, I might have to quit. The only one I have left. I heard about that. My guess is he's probably gonna want to wait until he gets a little guy. I doubt he's gonna. How you doing? Get some guys from the Fifth Circuit. He did? Well, didn't they issue some kind of injunction to him?
I thought you told me. Okay, all right. I'm gonna call.
You know, Judge Thibodeau, huh? Just real quick. Yeah, sure.
Right, what's happening? Oh, I could should have did that.
No, that's fine. I got it.
Public advertised meeting for 5:30. Right.
Got a copy of a resolution.
For giving me my cheat sheet. One of these days I'll probably let you stop giving it to me, but
Sir, come on. I heard Bill Mo.
are we deferring the fire thing? Are we deferring the fire thing? Where's Chief Carter? Is he here? Chief Carter?
Sir. Let me get my stuff out.
Okay, whatever.
I
figure
got
it
it. I got it.
No, I mean, it'll be all right.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Anybody wishing to talk or speak this evening, you need to fill out a card and give it to Mr. Rubin. Mr. Mayor, we're going to take a point of personal privilege before we start the meeting, and we're going to recognize an organization that we have here that is, I'll let them explain. Jack and Jill.
Tell me Bill, Matt Young. I met a fine fellow named Matt Young. You came to him?
Hey, Corey, how you doing, bud?
You heard him?
Hey, Mike. How you doing? How's it going, bud?
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Janae Williams, and I serve as the president of the Southwest Louisiana chapter of Jack and Jill of America Incorporated. Beside me is my daughter, Jalea Carter, who is the immediate past president and current vice president of our teen auxiliary. And we also have with us dedicated mothers and teen leaders hailing from Lake Charles all the way to Opelousas. Jack and Jill of America Incorporated is an organization of mothers dedicated to raising the next generation of African American leaders. But our work doesn't stop there. We aim to enhance the lives of all children, and we do this through programming, legislative advocacy, and philanthropic giving. In fact, we have raised and poured close to $150,000 into Southwest Louisiana and national initiatives in our short 7 years of existence. We hope to continue to create and strengthen our bonds and partnerships in Lake Charles and all throughout Southwest Louisiana. Today, we are here to expose our children and teach them the true meaning of legislative advocacy on a local level. It is our hope that lessons learned will inspire them to be future leaders in their communities and to always use their voices to promote progress. Our mantra says, make them leaders we must. And that is exactly what we are doing here today and what we do in all of the work that we do in Southwest Louisiana. We are truly honored to be here this evening, and we thank you all for having us.
Get a picture. Y'all can come.
Y'all can come on, family. Y'all slide down. Give me a second.
Sorry, Brandon. You're good.
The chair's getting away the picture.
John, you ain't, John, you ain't getting on that side?
Slide this way just a little bit, the front row. Real tight. Act like you like each other. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Like the real photographer.
Not the real photographer.
I know.
Okay.
All right. We're going to call this city council meeting to order. At this time, Mr. Bilbo going to lead us in the prayer, and I'll lead you in the pledge of allegiance. I'd like to welcome all of you to the October 1st City Council meeting. Ms. Renee?
Mr. Bilbo,
Here.
Mr. Young,
Here.
Mr. Harvey,
Here.
Mr. Marks,
Present.
Mr. Vizino, Mr. Fondell,
Here.
Mr. Weatherford.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, we're going to defer number 17 for 30 days. We're going to remove number 16. And we're going to move number 5 and number 15 up to the top of the list. We're going to defer number 7 for 30 days. We're going to remove number 16 to a later date. And we're going to move number 5 and number 15 up. Everybody good? Okay. Number 5. An ordinance authorizing the City of Lake Charles to enter a cooperative endeavor agreement with the North Lake Charles Economic Development District for the purpose of appropriating funds totaling $650,000 over a 4-year period to assist with the operations of the district and further providing office space for the district.
Mr. Marks, if
Yes,
I may,
sir.
I don't think we voted on the minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cardone, please vote.
7-4.
We also have a public notice that I need to read in, if that's okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
we'll get
Mr.
that.
Stu? The City of Lake Charles to enter in a cooperative endeavor agreement with the North Lake Charles Economic Development District for the purpose of appropriating funds totaling $650,000 over a 4-year period to assist with the operations of the district and further providing office space for the district. We have some cards of people who would like to speak. This one don't have a number. Martha Landry. Marzetta Landry, my bad. Marzetta Landry. State your name and address for the record. Sorry, Miss Landry.
Marzetta Landry, address is 1435 10th Street.
Can you say it again into the mic?
Marzetta Landry, 1435 10th Street. and I stand as treasurer of the board of the North Lake Charles Economic Development Board.
And what, you wanted to say anything in regards to it?
If necessary. I
Okay.
just want to see how,
You reserve the right.
yes.
Okay. Wilford Carter, Senior. State Representative Wilford Carter, Senior. State your name and address for the record, please.
Wilford Carter, District 34, State Legislature. I just wanted to come and clear the record and to see how we got where we are. This is not a Wilford Carter district, okay? This is a political subdivision, okay? I played very little part. In fact, it wasn't my idea. The idea came up in 22 after Hurricane FEMA asked that we meet and come up with a way which they can contract to build low-income, wind-resistant homes, okay? And so we met. Mayor Marshall was there representing the Community Foundation, the North Lake Charles Redevelopment Authority. Council President Marks was there. The police bureau had a representative there. The Recreation had someone there, and there were 2 FEMA representatives. And out of that meeting came this idea. It's not my idea. I don't represent public bodies. I'm a public official. I couldn't if I wanted to. And this is something to help the community. So what the idea is to take a property that is presently called surplus property and make that property available for construction of low and medium income homes, wind resistant homes, so people can buy, rather than rent. And this would allow the city to take this property that's not in commerce. I know they think they selling it through some source or agency in New Orleans, but this property cannot be obtained a credit or market certificate or title insurance, or you can't get a loan on it, okay? So the property is really not in commerce. This would allow the property to get in commerce, okay? And the idea came out of this group to form this public body. This is a public body subject to the laws of the legislative auditors. Any monies they get will be audited, okay? All the board members are subject to the ethics rules, okay? So it will apply. So there's certain things they can and cannot do. I do have a selection on the board out of 5. So does the state Senator Stein, and the city of Lake Charles have 2 representatives on the board, and the parish. So this is something to help the city to take property back in commerce and to save the city money for maintaining this property, and the city would get paid for the property they would negotiate with the city. And the city does have a lot of influence on this body. Thank you.
Judge Carter, if you need more time,
this
card donated to you.
Thank you. So this is similar to what they have in Monroe, Baton Rouge, Shreveport, and now Lake Charles is trying to do the same thing. Yes, it's going to cost the city money for operations to start up, but we plan to apply for grants to build these houses, okay, and make this vacant, this vacant lots that's in Lake Charles right now from 12th Street in the district, from 12th to Fisherman Road, and to put something on that property to attract people back to North Lake Charles. And so this is an effort to bring people back, to grow our city, okay? And so we think it's a good idea for the city. It's investment in the city, with money, city's money, but we'll get money from other sources, from the FEMA and other federal sources. And when we build these houses, we got to negotiate with the city to buy the property or work something out with the city. If the city won't get paid for the property, we pay them. The idea is to put a group of some money in an account, so if a person have a claim, because the Midnight case, United States Supreme Court case, says that if you took property for liens or taxes and you didn't get actual service on the taxpayer, well, that is null and void. So right now, this surplus property, you have to possess it for 30 years to own it, okay? This is a way to try to clear it up by putting some money on deposit for claims. And I have a bill that's been pre-filed that will say the claim would be based on the date of the taking, not the date of the claim. So the city, it's a win-win-win for the city, because it will attract money to the city, it will attract homes to the city, wind-resistant homes. When a hurricane comes, the home don't blow away like we do. Oftentimes, FEMA got to come and rebuild duplexes and what have you. And so this is why we're doing this. And this is, I'm not on the board. I have one board appointment. In fact, one board member is vacant, so the city has an opportunity to appoint somebody new on the board. They already have 2. So I have the appointment. It's my appointment, and I'm willing to listen to the mayor, whomever he thinks we ought to appoint on that board or the city council. So that's all I have to say. I answer any question anybody might have.
Any councilman have any questions? I have a few. Mr. Vizano?
Mr. Carter, I appreciate you coming, and I've been wondering all along since this started for the last few months, what are we talking about? It's the best explanation I've ever gotten, and I appreciate it. My only question is, and what I worry about is a lot of times we have so many things going on, duplication of services. Mr. Scott Walker came here early on in the administration, I think in July, and talked about the economic development that the Seed Center and the Chamber is doing. And I know he's new at that job, but I met with him and I discussed with him this proposal for the North Lake Charles Economic Development Center. And I didn't understand why we needed to do two. Because I don't fully understand, but the Chamber is a political subdivision also, can do the same things we're talking about. Am I correct?
It can, but it's not their focus.
I understand.
Their
but
focus in growing and developing minority businesses. It's a seed center, okay? They do have, they are interested in doing some remodeling of vacant property.
Right.
But you got to understand, there's over probably 1,500 pieces of property or more in that district from 12th Street to Fish and Rider Road. This property is just vacant. The city got to maintain it. This is an opportunity for the city to get federal money. And you get federal money from any sources you can to help your city out, to prepare housing for people that otherwise have to rent. And so people right now are building houses outside the city. You go down toward our way, people building houses, making $12, $13 an hour. They're building houses with HUD financing. We can do this in the city and take up some of this vacant property and bring people back to a community that's really has lost a population.
Oh, Mr. Carter, there's no debate on whether it's a good idea or not. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a great idea. I just wish we could have looked at an entity that we already had that can facilitate this, because now we're creating, to me, just another level of bureaucracy that we have to go through to get this done.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the idea. But I think, and I tried to get Mr. Walker to come here to explain if there is a duplication, and to me it sounds like there is. So don't get me wrong, I think it's a great idea. But I also question economic development districts, and I'm new at this, so forgive me, but we already have some in the city.
Right.
We have a few of them, and they collect a tax, and that tax is to be utilized, we talked about it the other day, in that area for infrastructure improvements and all these things. Do you foresee that?
No. We had initially worked out a tax deal with the recreation tourist people, and they said that, well, if you drop it back to 12th Street instead of Prairie Lake Road, we're building 5 hotels in Prairie Lake Road. We don't want to increase the price. The problem we have with doing what a lot of economic development districts done, and we got a lot of them.
Right.
We spent money on. The city has spent money on all of them. Morgan Field is one. Nelson Market is another. Okay, Sallier Market. So it's a lot of them. But this one is different because the people are already there. These other markets, nobody was there. It was vacant land. So the city council passed an ordinance to authorize a tax. So when the people moved there, Morgan Field was a big vacant rice field, basically.
Right.
And now they got 1,000 houses there. And these people, when they do business for businesses in that district, they pay an extra tax. Okay.
Right.
So as in Nelson Market, not in this district, because the people are already here. We have to put a vote to the people. The city council have to approve a tax, and we wouldn't collect very much tax based on the number of businesses in the area. And so we are trying to give the people in that area an opportunity to invest in itself, to do something for itself, to attract businesses is one thing we do have authorization to do, and to build homes and attract, build homes that's vacant property to attract people back here. And so rather than going to Highway or going to Sulphur, they come right here in Lake Charles and build a house.
Oh yeah, like I said, I don't argue the reason for it and the justification.
Then the people that buy the house, they get financed through HUD or through a grant from FEMA. We build a house, we finance a house. We don't carry a note ourselves. We work in consortium with the churches perhaps and identify people that can buy these houses. When they buy these houses, they come to that area, they maintain this property, and then it makes people feel a lot different from living in a project or renting in a house. They have their own house. They got to maintain this property. The city could be paid for this property, whatever is negotiated with the city, either given or paid. And so we got over 1,200 lots. Okay, the other entity does 10 or 15 a year. If we can do 10 or 15 a year, this how many people are coming back to North Lake Charles.
Right.
And the tax base is being increased by the city, and the city is not paying to maintain this property, okay?
Oh, I get it. I totally understand the reason for it. But I think some of the legislation, and I just been wondering about this, so I read a lot, so forgive me. One thing you're asking for is $650,000 over 4 years.
For 4 years.
But in your proposal, you show that you have a $247,000 annual salary that you're spending. Am I correct?
No. Number one, you got to ask the board members that I'm not on the board, okay?
Well, the
And
reason I
don't
say that is for
control
$247,000 annually, $650,000 is not enough. And that's why I asked about where the additional funding's coming from. Are we looking at a tax? Are we looking at, I know you talked about some grant money, and I'm sure some of the revenue from selling the houses will go back into some of the,
Right.
but go back in and use.
Primarily, the money would come from federal grants, okay? Write federal grants, we hire people to write grants, we have somebody to go run down property, possibilities for businesses to come to that area. We got some very good areas in that district that can be developed and bring businesses, and we have to work in collaboration with the city. We got to come to the city to do any project we want to do.
Well, that's,
come to the city.
if you can, that's kind of my point. It just seems like, and we can agree to disagree, it just seems like a duplication of services because you have to come to the city to get it approved. When we're already supporting an economic development entity in the Seed Center, it's just now we're supporting two.
The Seed Center is not an economic development center. Okay, the Seed Center is a seed center.
Well, the Seed Center, but the chamber.
It's not designed to attract to go out and recruit business. A Seed Center is designed to help people that want to go in business do what they need to do to try to get their business going. It's an opportunity to help them do what they got to do to get in business. This is an idea where we go out and reach out to industry and ask them to come to Lake Charles, and what do we need to do to get them to come to Lake Charles? And Lake Charles, the council is here, and the city is necessary because the city is going to give us some concessions in order to attract this business here. Okay, we got a tremendous area on Enterprise Boulevard and I-10. That area is ideal for a business, but we got to get somebody to locate there, and this entity can go out and reach out to these businesses, these franchises, and try to locate them over here. And we got to work with the city because the city is the one that's going to give us a tax break or give us some sewer capital improvement help or some sewer help or whatever we need to make that happen. And the city does have two people on this board. So if the city got two people on the board, the city ought to have input. Okay.
Oh,
and
I agree.
It's not a duplication of service. Mr. H.M. with the Chamber of Commerce, it's a fine idea. They're doing this in other places, but they have a different mission. Their mission is completely different. They're not going to concentrate on going run down a business in New York or in Texas to get them to locate in Lake Charles. This entity can do that. We can hire somebody to trace down business, to go down and meet with FEMA in D.C. to try to get monies to bring to Lake Charles.
Okay, I can tell you're passionate, and I appreciate that.
And here again, I'm just the guy that handled the bill that created this.
Well,
okay?
I appreciate it. I know you
support
care.
it because I live in North.
I know you care. My last question is, I learned a lot. Your explanation of what this thing's going to do is a lot. But I think some of the legislation included creating a plan, like you told me, and submitting it to a planning commission.
Right.
Has that been done?
No, there's a detailed plan for the Economic Development Corporation. Okay, and that's in the board would address that. It's been in detail. It's been publicized. There has a strategy brochure they attached. I'm sure some.
But it hasn't been submitted yet. Am I correct?
They don't have to submit it. They only have to submit the project. Say we want to build 10 houses on a piece of property. 10 pieces of property.
Project by project.
Project by project.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. I thought it was
the city and ask the city to work out a deal to get this property. The Economic Development District Corporation come and ask you and work with the city in order to work out a deal on this property. Okay, and then we get money from FEMA. We'll build the district build a house and sell it to somebody. Okay, that's eligible.
That's not the way I read the legislation.
Well, there's nothing in the legislation about building houses that I see.
Well, there's no plan. That's what I'm asking. We had a little bit of information about it, but I never heard it explained the way you did, and that's why I'm asking. Is anybody else seeing
board
the
gonna-
plan?
the board
I've
is
seen
here,
it,
and
the,
they
and
can,
the
they
law
can talk
does
about that.
explain, in the bill, it explains that project by project,
Right.
they will have to submit a plan to the Lake Charles City Council and all the other entities before that plan is put into effect.
Okay, I thought it was a master plan for the entity.
No.
No.
Okay.
And
All right.
this is nothing different that's being done in Baton Rouge right now, in Monroe and in Shreveport. And they're building houses now in those cities, and they're attracting businesses now. We know that North Lake Charles is underdeveloped. There's a potential for development, and this is an opportunity to help those folks that's interested in developing property in that area.
I don't disagree with you. I just we're going to agree to disagree. I just think we have an entity already that could
I
facilitate it.
understand.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I made an error. We're gonna come back if Judge Carter needs to speak again, but I had two other people that I overlooked. I have, Mr. Fitzgerald Darbon. State your name and address for the record, please. 3 minutes on the clock.
Fitzgerald Darbone, 2523 Hagen T. I did have several of my members of the African American Chamber of Commerce, so we were going to wait till after you guys finish discussion.
No, that's not the protocol. The protocol is for me to call the cards. You come and speak, and then we address the questions if we have any for you.
Hey, Mr. President, that's how you want it? Fantastic.
Okay.
Mr. Wilford Carter, would you please approach the mic, please?
No, you can't. You talk to the
I can
council.
talk to you? Okay, so here we go. I was going to ask him because of the fact you said this has only been since 20. This is not. This has been a 30-year project. I left here in 1981 to go to school out of town, and they were trying to do that then. Mr. Marks, you were the past president of this redevelopment authority. Am I correct? You were the past president?
No.
You were not the past president of the redevelopment authority?
No, not
who
this
was?
one. Not
Who
this
was the
one.
past president
Not
of the
this one.
redevelopment authority?
Not
But
this
who
one.
was?
Of the old one,
Okay.
I was.
Okay, so you were part of
There's
the
two,
redevelopment.
Mr.
Gotcha.
Darbone.
Okay. So I'm trying to find out. I am not in agreeing with this, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, can you bring up the first slide, please? Okay, so this is Bill Baton Rouge. This is Deidre Roberts. We talk every month. She is on our advisory board of our African American Chamber of Commerce. They have what we need. They have a economic development district that gets paid on adjudicated properties. This is what he was addressing. Their budget is $900,000 a year for administration. See, these people here, all these people are on their employment. It takes money to run this. What we're trying to do, it's not enough money. This is not. It's failure in the beginning of it, and so in order to make this succeed, you have to have these type of people. So that's why I was asking Mr. Carter to come back, because I wanted him to introduce his board members.
You directed to us.
Okay, so would you introduce, or you one of the members that vote for a person to be on the board?
The council does.
A council. Well, can the council actually ask to meet the board that he has put together?
I didn't put no board together.
Hold on,
You
hold
didn't
on,
put
hold on,
together.
Representative Carter. Mr. Darbone,
Okay.
you running out of time?
No, I have 5 members, so that's 3 minutes.
I
So
haven't
that's
heard
15.
anybody donating any time.
It's
I
in
don't have
it's
any
in there.
cards.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
I
go back and
donated.
look.
We have 5
Tell me
cards.
the names of the people.
Miss Elowena Woods is on there. Blaine Celestine, Mark Lewis, Fred Hardy.
I have a Fred Hardy.
Mr. President, the time has expired.
Okay. Just for your information, these people have number 15, item 15 on their cards.
There's 2 sets of them. You also have another one that's
Mr.
You say
Darbone.
have 15.
Mr. Darbone, just so you'll be educated in what we're doing, number 5 is what we're discussing. Item number 5.
Correct.
You put on the top of the card what item you wish to speak for. I have 15, 15, 14, 14, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. The only 5 I have is yours, and Miss Chantel Willis is left.
Miss Renee.
Mr. Mark, I was doing all those cards as fast as I could, and I know the ones that he turned in.
Okay.
I may have put 15 instead of 5 on those
No problem.
cards.
Just tell me the names. He said Mr. Hardy?
Mr. Hardy, Miss Woods, Mr. Lewis,
Go on. I seen Mr. Hardy. Go ahead.
Okay,
You got
all
3
right,
more
so-
minutes.
okay,
When I find
okay,
the rest, you'll get
okay.
the rest.
No, let's clear this right now, so I'm not interrupted with about his 3 minutes again. Is that okay?
Your 3 minutes is counting.
All right. So, all right.
they're all in white and they were all together. You got them?
Okay, Mr. Marks, since you were the past president, and you said you brought up Wilford Carter's House Bill 335, Act number 306. You brought that up, and we asked. You brought up the sales tax, as well as Mr. Carter brought up. How is that going to benefit our community? And he said it wasn't going to create any money if we decide to utilize that 1% sales tax on the poorest community of Calcasieu Parish. How do you get money from that? I was going to ask Mr. Carter, what is the dollar amount that you're going to actually receive from this 1% sales tax that was going to be applied on this district? How do we make money from this? If we don't have enough money, just like Mr. Vizio was saying, he stated that the fact that it basically breaks down to $162,000 a year. That's not enough money to fund anybody to do any type of board. We need more money. We need educated people that will be able to. The city writes for grants. In order for this type of organization to succeed, you must have the correct people in place in order to write and do things properly. I'm for it. We need it. We've been needing it for a long time. I am tired of doing what a redevelopment authority job should be. We totally changed our mission from the African American Chamber of Commerce to actually meet this of a redevelopment authority. So I'm for it. But if we're going to do it this time in 30 years, let's do it right. And let's do it where it's funded properly instead of having this thing just tanked in 4 years because of the fact that they didn't have enough money to do this project. I'm for it. I'm just not for $650,000 for 4 years. Any questions?
I don't have any
Sure.
questions, but I
All
want.
right, so young lady brought up donations. If I was to write a check for $10,000 to
Mr. Dogbone,
to
talk to the
if
board,
I
or
wrote
we
a
gonna
check
have you
to if
removed.
I wrote a check
We
to
gonna have you- okay.
this organization for $10,000, could they deposit it right now? Yes or no? Should she answer it or should you
No,
answer?
you should direct it. Your
All right,
question
so they
is open-ended.
can't. They can't because there's not a bank account set up to receive any funding. How is this organization supposed to survive and to start? And it's not done properly. It hasn't been done properly in 30 years. Let's do it right. Let's bring qualified people to the table to do this right.
Mr. President, the additional time of the gentleman has expired.
He had 4 more. He got 3
Okay.
more minutes.
Okay.
1 more.
Mark them here?
Huh?
Mark them here?
Yeah, they can donate their time to him.
Okay. You saw Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where? I don't see
Mark Lewis?
Mark may have had to look because he is a banker and he did have
Go ahead,
cutting.
get
Sure.
it to you. Get your
Sure.
3 minutes.
Let's go.
Trying to find out what office is going to be donating other than the city of Lake Charles. Who else is going to donate money to this organization? I mean, Wilford Carter is our state representative. Is he donating money to this organization? Because he's donated $1.6 million to the Chamber of Commerce Foundation in New Orleans. So I mean, that's a lot of money, as well as the city donates some money for these carpetbaggers from out of town. People come when federal money is announced. People come in groves to our community. We need to start standing up for our own community and start thinking on how we can improve our own community, because it ain't happening. 30 years of not doing nothing, it's sad. I don't see how my other constituents look at it, but we haven't done anything in the last 30 years here. So I'm done.
Thank Thank you. Just for clarification, I want to put on the record, Craig Marks was the president of the previous Lake Charles North. This is a whole new organization that's being started, so it ain't been around for 30 years. Thank you, Mr. Dahlborn. We appreciate you. Ms. DeShantel Willis, state your name and address for the record, please.
Chantel Willis, 2725 Alice Street. Thank you, Mr. Marks. Thank you, Mr. Darbone, Senator Representative. I am the current chair of the North Lake Charles Economic Development Committee. I was appointed by Senator Stein. We also have Marzetta Landry, who is also a board member. We have Mr. Ambrose standing in the back, Mr. Carl Ambrose, who's a board member. Tommy Senegal is a board member as well. Ms. Constance was a board member, but due to some unfortunate events, she is no longer, and we will be appointing someone else. So that is the board. And yes, there was a redevelopment board prior to this board. And it's not the same. It's not even, it doesn't run the same. This is a board that Representative Carter did put the bill together so that we can create something and do something better. That's our goal. We want to make sure that we are doing things in an appropriate way, and we want to move forward, and that's what we're going to do. And I understand that some people get frustrated because you continue to see the same thing year after year. I get it. I understand your frustration. But our goal here today is to move forward with the city council, with the city, and we're also going to be looking at other areas. But you have to be patient with us, and that's what I ask. Because if you don't have the patience, then, we all get frustrated, and we're not able to move forward, and that's our goal. So today we are requesting $650. I agree, it's not enough, but we have to start somewhere. We didn't have any funding before. Zero, which is why the board did not move the way they should have. So we're going to continue to move forward. We're going to request this money, and if it doesn't work, guess what? We're going to do something else, because that's what we're going to do. We are people within this district that live in North Lake Charles that want to see it do better. That is our goal. To Mr. Vizio, yes. Vizio, I'm sorry, okay. Vizio. Okay. I know you were asking Representative Carter some questions. However, he doesn't run the board. He does not have a vote on the board, so therefore he can't give you those answers. What we submitted was an idea of what we want to see. Yes, we want to have someone that we can run this board that is knowledgeable to do that. We want to have people that are paid that want to move this board and move this district forward. The board is here to make sure we have the right people in place, but the goal is to pay people to do that. Our goal is to have a director, and that's what we submitted. We also submitted about a grant writer. It doesn't mean that we're going to have all that done initially, but we have to start somewhere. That's our goal here, guys. We keep going back and forth, and if we don't make some movement and have some action, we ain't gonna never go anywhere, which we haven't done in 30 years, but now we are. Okay?
Ms. Lewis, if I may, if you're finished.
Yes. Willis.
Willis,
Yes.
I'm sorry. So are you familiar with, and Mr. Carter identified, I misspoke, the Seed Center. I know it's the Chamber and the Alliance, and from what I understand, listening to Mr. Walker that came here, they do economic development. And they are responsible for doing the 5-parish area. And we fund them already. That's my only beef with this, is we're already supporting a group that does what you're trying to do. Have y'all reached out to them? Because they may have some of the resources that you need. And we're not, I don't think they're going to compete against each other, but they can definitely partner and maybe.
Absolutely. We have not. But the goal is to get there. This district is not going to do it by itself. We're going to have to collaborate with other entities. And I hear you when you say, yes, we have a lot of different people or different organizations that are doing the same thing. However, I've been raised in this city, North Lake Charles, and it's been the same since I'm 48 years old.
I agree. I've been here my whole life.
So I can't put that in the hands of someone else. I need to put it in our hands, in the people that's living there. And so that's the goal. So yeah, they may have the same opportunities to do what we're doing, but they're not going to have the passion we do. But yes, we will definitely collaborate with all other organizations.
I do agree with you. I grew up in Central Lake Charles. I went to Lake Charles High School and everything. So I speak from I lived here my whole life also, and I am passionate about it. I just don't want to waste this opportunity when we can really do something good and collaborate with an entity. Like, my big point is, we're already supporting it. So that's only my
Absolutely.
issue.
I think it will not move forward without collaboration, and we definitely
Right.
have to do that. But again, there's nothing without funding.
Appreciate it, Mr. Vizno. You want to say something, Mr. Bibble?
Yeah, I grew up in North Lake Charles, Fisherville myself, and after the years, I was actually raised with Mr. Carter. I grew up with his family, and I believe for what he has done, what I saw in my life, that he deserved, him and these fine young ladies and gentlemen deserve a chance to build something different. I don't know what it was 30 years ago. I don't know. I don't know who was on the committee. Where you live, sir? I'm asking where you live.
John.
Can I ask him?
Oh, yeah.
2523 Hagan Street. I live in
North Lake Charles. So, even though we all getting fussed, I think he has some good ideas. I think it may be some time to collaborate somehow, some way in your own time to bring it together instead of disagreeing. But I think for myself, this is a good idea and something we need to really consider and get this going. Let's not make this 10 hours. Let's just get to the point. I'm supporting it, and I don't know about everybody else and whoever in the chamber. The chamber has nothing to do with North Lake Charles, and the Seed Center not coming to North Lake Charles. So they not. They look for businesses. They come in. My wife trying to open a business. They there to help people establish business. They not going to get business. So if we're looking to bring new business and new homes, let's get to the end, the bottom of this, fellas. Let's not make 15 people talk. You know what I'm saying?
Couple of comments. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I'm happy to see so much passion for North Lake Charles. It certainly deserves it. My slight hesitation with this is just built around the overall cost. I believe by comparison, we're paying the Seed Center, the Alliance, $110,000 a year to represent our interest. This would be $200,000 is the request per year.
No, $200,000 for the first year, followed by
150.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're committing to 4 years tonight.
Yes.
Okay. I said this during the budgeting process, and I've just got to repeat it for the sake of city employees. We allocated a 2% annual raise for every city employee this year, and I asked for 3. That was not possible. I asked what would be the cost of the additional 1%, and I was told by finance that it's $800,000 to give every city employee, police, fire, public works, you name it, every employee in between, an additional 1% raise. And I think that we have to start to prioritize that. So I would like to ask for perhaps a compromise. Rather than committing to 4 years, can we commit to a year and then reassess after the end of that year? Can this amount of money help them create a plan, hire a grant writer, put some actual pen to paper on a plan that will, because I'm appreciative for the adjudicated properties program. I hadn't heard that before. I was concerned that you were duplicating services. I think adjudicated properties programs are very much needed. So can I offer an amendment to restrict the funding to $200,000 for the first year and then reconsider at the end of that year?
May I respond?
You need a second for your motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Yeah, we got discussion. We got the motion on the floor, been second. Discussion.
So I hear what you're saying, let's do 1 year, 250,000, but the reality is, who are you going to be able to get to come in and commit for 1 year? I wouldn't. So that I think that's a hard sell. If we truly want to make this work and we want to have the right people in place to make things move, we need to be able to have people that's willing to come, but also we have to be able to pay them. I'm not coming for a year,
Sure.
right?
Well,
So that's why we asked for 4.
what I was suggesting is just a seed plant, $200,000 to help the organization get off of its feet, establish a plan, start to raise some money, bring in additional partners, hire some personnel. I understand what you're saying, though, about the reluctance of somebody to take a job if they realize the city is only funding it for a year.
Correct.
I just thought that would be adequate time to get other partners in place.
So we still have your motion on the floor.
Yes, sir.
But Mr. Weatherford, you wanted to say something?
Well, I heard Representative Carr talk about housing.
Yes.
You haven't said much about housing. You talk about economic development. The city's already doing that. I mean,
our goal is more than just economic development is not just bringing business. No one's going to come if there's not people there. So part of the mission is also to bring people back. That's going to have to include housing. You need low, middle, you need a mixture, right? We got to develop the area for people to, and make it attractive for people to come back. Then business will come, right? So it's more than just business. Economic development is it's more than, one fold.
But we have entities that are housing authorities, all about housing, correct?
But you're right. But again, we still there's a lot of shortage of making this happen. And the reality is, just ride through North Lake Charles and you'll see all the property there that hasn't been developed. All the people are not there. So we need to be able to concentrate in that area. It's like having a fire on one house, but you're concentrating on all of them. We got to concentrate on the house with the fire. That's where we are.
So what can you do that the city doesn't do or hasn't done?
I think the city could probably do everything that we're requesting to do, but I can't expect the city to just concentrate on North Lake Charles. The city has to concentrate on the whole city. So our target, our focus, just like every other district has their focus area. Downtown has their focused area. You have, Morganfield has their focus area. North Lake Charles needs to have their focused area. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So we have to focus in our area so that we can build it.
Well,
no one's going to be more passionate about it than we are.
Well, Downtown Development Authority doesn't have any, doesn't
What
get money
but
from the city.
What I'm saying is they have different districts that focus on different areas. I'm not saying where they got money from. That's not what I said. So we want to focus on North Lake Charles. That's our goal.
But those districts that you're talking about, Morganfield in particular, is the Nelson Road was for development of a grocery store. It's not a very big district. The really big district that we have as a TED, Economic Development District, is Morganfield, and I understand that wasn't populated when they did that.
Correct.
But if you go there to a grocery store there, if you go to Rouse's in the Nelson Road Market, you're going to pay an extra penny. If you build a house in Morganfield, you're going to pay an extra penny of sales tax. And people know that coming in, so there's it's incremental financing that's utilized by them, which means that's money that the city would not have but for them imposing an extra penny sales tax on that area to fund that. So there's no government funding coming from current taxes.
Correct. Which we've said before, no one was there before, right? So when you go into Morganfield, you're going to pay that extra cent. We can't do that in North Lake Charles because people. So this is why we're requesting to have some funding.
I'm just showing you. I'm just saying why it's different.
Well, it is different, but what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Tell me why, but I'm telling you that it is. So
no, it is different in that way. However, they're still focusing in that particular district. We need to be focused and target our district because no one else will the way that we will. That's just a reality. Look at what's been happening over the past 30, 40, 50 years.
So is there a lack of infrastructure?
There's a lack of a lot of things.
No, is there a lack
There's a lack of infrastructure. There's property that that we'll be able to work on building. There's a lot of things, but economic development is more than just
I'm talking about
one thing.
Is there a lack of public infrastructure?
There is a lot of
roads.
There is.
Roads?
Mr. Weatherford, I'm not trying to go back and forth with you. However, what I'm going to say is North Lake Charles Economic Development District wants to focus on North Lake Charles.
I understand.
You through, Mr. Weatherford?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Harvey?
Any other councilman would like to go?
Yeah.
Before he start,
Mr. Harvey?
I'm just saying before you, can I say something? We got anybody here from the Seed Center?
I don't think so.
So nobody from the Seed Center even thought it was important enough to show up. And they supposed to be helping us with the North Lake Charles, and it was a North Lake Charles Economic Division, but nobody came. So if they couldn't show up here, we can easily say that, huh? Somebody's here? Anybody that's supposed to be helping out, running the North Lake Charles to help out with the homes that they're supposed to be, we are discussing, is anybody from the C Center that's here to do that? That's supposed to be doing that, because we saying we duplicating business. So I would think that this was public notice that somebody should have been here to at least say what they're doing. So if nobody here, nothing must be getting done, because I wouldn't want to get nobody to get money I should be getting, right? So I'm just asking, if anybody again here from the C Center that's supposed to be running, they're helping out in the North Lake Charles Economic Division. Okay.
That's totally different.
That's totally different.
Go ahead, Mr. Harper. You through, Mr. Bibbo?
I'm
Go
just,
ahead, Mr.
yeah.
Harper. Who? Oh, Mr. Fundell?
I'd like Judge Carter to step back up, if you don't mind. You mentioned a part of it is going out and get businesses to come to North Lake Charles, okay? Now, the difficulty is that North Lake Charles is low to moderate income. It's a depressed area. And most commercial business don't want to come here, right? So you have to make this extra effort to get business to come. Right? Okay, and that's what we had funds from the LMI, from the government. The government did a study and said North Lake Charles is low to moderate income, and we're gonna give the city this amount of money to help it grow. Right? And so that's the same spirit what they're talking about. Because North Lake Charles is so depressed and so down, nobody just gonna walk in there and dump money and open the people are crying for restaurants and all of these things. Oh, we don't want to travel way on the other side of town to go to this place. They wanted to develop. But because it's depressed, it's poor. Nobody really care to come there. You know? No business. You see, you can't have a business is in business to make money. You see what I'm saying?
That's correct,
and so what they're saying is, if you got all these vacant lots just sitting there where the city got to cut grass on them, you know, that's why that is so important what they're doing. Okay? So that's my comment.
And I call your attention to Enterprise in I-10. You go down I-10, Lafayette, Beaumont, development all over I-10. Got I-10 in North Lake Charles, run straight through North Lake Charles. That's potential for development along I-10. But nobody's taking the ball to really go after these businesses and show them I-10. I-10 have millions of cars pass there in a day or so. So we can capture that traffic to a business. We can stop these people and have them do business along I-10, just like they do in Beaumont and Lafayette and everywhere else.
And the federal government
give you money.
understands that. That's why they give us grants, LMI grants. Thank you.
Mr. Harvey.
For the point of clarity, are we talking about the motion that's on the floor, or are we talking about the overall item?
Y'all are right now talking, debating his motion, which had a
Just for
second.
clarity, you're wanting, Councilman Young, you're wanting to amend this to what dollar amount?
200,000 for 1 year,
So
and then
you wanna
revisit it.
reduce it from $650,000 over a 4-year period to $200,000 for a 1-year period?
I want to keep it exactly the same as it is for year 1, and then revisit it at the beginning of year 2.
Okay, so that's what we have on the table. right?
That's the motion you made, as I appreciated it, yes.
Okay, so these are my settlements. This room is over capacity tonight for an issue dealing with North Lake Charles. There's items, the item that we're currently on, an item that's coming up in number 15, if I'm not mistaken. That's the reason we're over capacity tonight. But I'm hearing these adjectives: amend, change, we manipulating, we going into further discussion because of something that's in North Lake Charles. Well, I think we all agree that it's one of the most underserved areas, and it's time for something to propel it forward, on and over. I think we all agree with that. But I'm hearing my colleagues, not all my colleagues, but I'm hearing several of my colleagues have discussions honestly, I understand they're elected to represent the city of Lake Charles, but it has nothing to do with their individual districts. And not at one point that anybody who prolonged this discussion tonight ever had a conversation with Mr. Harvey, who's elected to be the councilman for that particular area. What baffles me tonight, and I'm gonna say this for the record, we got to keep that same energy. Because what we're about to embark up on tonight, I need y'all to keep that same energy. Let's be proactive versus reactive. I'm hearing people say it's time, it's been 30 years, it's been that. It's real simple. If everybody's tired, if you're tired of North Lake Charles being like this, if you're tired of having to defend why you feel like this about North Lake Charles, and go overboard in expressing your sentiments on why we should limit where the most underserved people are, keep that same energy. Let's try it right now. I'm challenging you to cast your vote in favor of this. Let's move forward. Let's stop talking. Because we can talk about 30 years, but we right here in the moment right now.
Just for clarity.
Cast the vote the way you feel right now, and we don't have to discuss this anymore. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
I'm talking about what you want us to cast our vote on, what he said or the original?
No, on the original. I'm talking about the original.
Okay, so we need to get past this one.
You'd have to vote on.
And then I want to come back and continue my discussion.
Mr. Harvey, you'd
Okay.
have to vote on his motion first.
Yes,
and then-
okay. So this discussion is on the motion, and then we'll finish the original discussion. You got a motion for 200,
To amend it
Yes,
to
to,
200.
to make a one-year commitment for
a one-year
200,000.
commitment and revisit it every year after. Second by Mr. Vizanoff. Did I say that correct?
Just to revisit it after the year one.
Okay, so just visit it 1 year.
No, to fund it for 1 year and see how funding comes in for this organization and what the plan looks like on paper, and then we can fund it for multiple years.
Okay.
After the end of year one.
Okay.
So, no, I got a
Yes,
question.
is it?
I
Go
need
ahead.
clarity. So if in the event that this passes, this motion passes, then we won't further discuss the item at hand?
That is correct.
So I need to finish my discussion is what I'm saying. if
Let
that's
me
the
get
case.
some clarification. The motion was for the 650,000 that was seconded. That was an amendment for 200,000 for 1 year.
Right.
So the first vote is on whether to accept the amendment. And if the amendment is accepted, then you vote under the
Original.
As amended.
as amended.
As amended,
But if
yeah.
it doesn't, if the amendment fails, then you go back and vote to the original motion.
So if you want to be precautious so you can still make valid your points, you
Yeah.
want to do it now?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, I want to just say, I disagree with amending it again for the simple fact, I think we should accept it as it has been presented. I also want to go on record and say, this is not the first, second, or third time that we have delayed voting on this particular item. Why is this such a hot topic when we're talking about one geographical area that's trying to represent one Lake Charles? So we keep going back and forth talking about one geographical area that we're talking about one Lake Charles. I want to make sure I say this. It's becoming clear to me that more and more of our discussions are about the have and the have-nots. It's clear. It doesn't take a rocket science to come in here and just, if the average person, we have a group of teenagers who are right here on the front row watching us. It doesn't take a rocket science to see that we clearly have some people who are for progressing North Lake Charles forward and some people who are consistently wanting it to stay the same way. I'm gonna say it again. I'm asking that we do not amend this, that we approve this as presented for not the first, second, or third. We've been here time and time again. Let's approve it, let's move forward, let's go with the plan, and let's get past this, because trust me, we got a lot of business to take care of tonight.
Everybody else has spoken? Anybody else?
Just,
Mr.
well, we
Weatherford.
can vote on it after we vote up or down on the amendment. I'll
Yeah.
let you speak.
Okay. Because I might not get a chance, because everybody might not vote the way we vote. First of all, there are other economic development districts in the city of Lake Charles, and the city has helped establish those economic development districts. As Mr. Weatherford talked about, Morgan Field. Morgan Field could not put that extra percent on their properties without the city giving them approval. This is what I tried to bring out weeks ago. It's a leg up. You gave a community a leg up to make some money and use it back in their community. I'm not against it. I'm just saying that it has to be mindful when other parts of the city come and ask for help as well. All over the city need help. Every area of the city needs some sort of help. North Lake Charles just needed a little bit more than other areas because there has been a neglect. I'm going to say something that I never thought I would ever say. Me and Mr. Dawbone agree. I agree with Mr. Doggone in saying that this is not enough money. But at the same time, it's one thing to help, it's another to support. We don't want the city to support this economic development endeavor. We want them to help us get it started.
Yeah.
And that's what's being asked here today. It's asked, correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Carter, it's in the legislature of coming up to ask the legislature for regular funding for this particular entity. This is why it's saying this is a one-time ask. We're asking for this one time. It's just broken down into 4 things. And I say us asking, us not asking, they asking. So that's the thing that I want to keep in mind. We have helped many. When you think about, we pay over $100,000 a year to cut adjudicated property. $100,000 a year, and that's just cut. That's no weed eat, no pickup trash, no nothing. So when we come to these situations and we know that we're trying to establish, from what we're told by this administration, we want one Lake Charles, then that means every part of Lake Charles should kind of look similar. We shouldn't be able to drive from one part and it be drastically different. So I'm gonna stop right there, and for clarification, we are voting on the amendment. If you vote yes, that means you want to give them $200,000 for 1 year and then come back and revisit it. Am I right, Mr. Stu?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what's on the floor now. Yes is for that, no is against it. Please vote. Okay, see.
4 to 3, 4 nay votes and 3 in favor.
So it failed.
The amendment fails.
The amendment
Yes.
failed. Now, we're back to the original amendment of, let me read it again into the record. An ordinance authorizing the city of Lake Charles to enter into cooperative endeavor agreement with the North Lake Charles Economic Development District for the purpose of appropriating funds totaling $650,000 over a 4-year period to assist with the operations of the district and further providing office space for the district. Anybody else have any more comments in regards to this?
Mr. Marks, I do have one
Yes,
comment
Mr. Stu.
because I can see that where this is going and that the approval is imminent. We probably, in terms of dealing with the legislative auditor, I would urge the council probably to put some kind of time frame for some type of deliverable from the political subdivision so that we can show the legislative auditor that we're complying with Cabela's, because we're authorizing $650,000, and I would just ask y'all to probably put something in place so that if the legislative auditor looks at this, maybe they come back in 180 days with, hey, this is our plan, or we're going to do this. Just so there's.
Go ahead, Mayor.
You understand what I'm asking?
Yes, sir. I understand it perfectly.
Well, and I think because the ask is for an appropriation, that would have to be a cooperative endeavor agreement, so we'll work out those details.
We'll need to have a CEA.
CEA, okay. We'll establish a CEA if this passes. But I want to pay close note to the last sentence of this. It says, the district, for the purposes of appropriating funds totaling $650,000 over a 4-year period to assist with operations of the district and further providing office space. This has nothing to do with the plans that they're going to move forward. This money is to be used for operating costs, to get it up off the ground. We're clear. So when we make this cooperative endeavor agreement, I want y'all to be clear what Mr. Stutes is asking. We have to have some sort of deliverable that we're doing to allocate for that money being given out.
That's it.
Any other questions or comments? Anything, man?
I do, yes. Thank you. I appreciate what you do for North Lake Charles. I am rooting for North Lake Charles. My comments tonight were really more about wanting something that's efficient and actually works for North Lake Charles. I don't want us to fund a program that is not working. So I was hoping that there would be an evaluation mechanism where if this is not actually providing help to people, that we can visit, we can tweak it, we can make it better so that it actually delivers results. That's what North Lake Charles deserves. Thank you.
Now, I will say this. I've heard Mr. Wiesenart say it. I've heard Mr. Young say it, and I've heard Mr. Weatherford allude to it. If the Seed Center is supposed to be helping North Lake Charles, then we need to do a better job of the money we giving to them where it's being used. That same
disagree.
That same thing needs to carry over.
Foundation, not the chain. Not
Foundation.
The Seed Center, the chamber.
Foundation.
Yeah.
Chamber.
Okay.
I might have misspoke what it was,
Okay.
but I do agree with you.
Okay. So a yes vote approves the amendment as stated. I mean the item as stated. Oh, Mr. Weatherford.
I haven't seen a business plan from you. I understand that it costs money to do one. I mean, and you said there is a plan. I haven't seen it. I do have a copy of, it was submitted in here, the enrolled, the statute, the enrolled statute, but it can't be the final version because it has some, it refers to the South Monroe, so I know obviously that was, when it was actually passed, that stuff was taken out. I don't see anything about housing in the legislation.
No.
So if I may answer.
And so, is there a business plan that you have? You said there's a plan. Is there a plan?
Once we will get you a business plan. We'll get you our plan. Yes, but here's the thing, Mr. Weatherford. It is the board. Once we're able to get our operations up and running, then we will have to everything will come back to the city.
No, I fully understand. I understand that. But I'm uncomfortable, and this is not the first time I've been uncomfortable not having a business plan to know what the purpose. I know what the purpose is, specifically what the organization to do to get to be successful. On the Mardi Gras Museum, I was the same way. They didn't submit a business plan, and I didn't vote for it. I don't have enough information to vote in a positive. To vote yes on this at this point.
With that being said, again, I want to bring you back. They're asking this money for operations and for office space. Now, once they get their operations in order, I'm assuming you're going to hire somebody to do what Mr. Weatherford is asking you to do.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure they will. I'd like to have at least a game plan that tells me how they're going to get there before I grant $650,000. Where it's not in the budget. We've already passed the budget. Where's the money going to come from?
Well, that's something that the administration is going to have to work out.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I mean, I guess there's some economic development, there's some general money that can be used for general purposes, but at this point, it's not in the budget. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Cardone.
Well, I would imagine we have to do a budget amendment, and I think if you approve this, it would also give the finance department to do a budget amendment.
Okay, and I would hope that we use the same tools that we use to give the Mardi Gras Museum $400,000. We'll use that same whatever method we use to get them that.
And the 650 is not it's not in the first year, it's over 4 years.
Sure, but we're making a 4-year commitment. I mean,
yes.
Right, it is a 4-year commitment,
I
mean, when you look at budgets, you're going to look at the next year, the next fiscal year, and you'll be able to prepare for the rest. I'm just
No, I understand.
Mr. Weatherford,
I have a quick question.
The cooperative endeavor agreement would have to come back before y'all for approval. And my expectation is that I'll work with these folks to get some deliverables.
Right, well, I was going to have
in the
you answer my
cooperative
question
endeavor.
before I asked it. So
I figured that's what you were going to ask.
You good, Mr. Weatherford?
I have a quick
go ahead.
for Representative Carter. Why did, when you had it passed the legislature, did you not ask for some appropriation from the governor, or is it premature to do that because it hadn't been in operation yet?
It was, because, first
I'm
of
just
all,
asking because I'm not in the
First
legislature.
of all, none of the districts have ever submitted a plan to get whatever they got. Okay, this district is no different. You have to you talk about a business plan or detailed plan. The statute spells out what this district can do and what it cannot do. It's the law, okay?
Right.
So it was approved by the legislature, it was created by the legislature, it was approved by the governor. And so this is a plan as to what can be done with this entity.
I understand.
As requested by FEMA, okay? Now, so the next step is to get it going, and of course you will hire a more detailed planning person that's going to be in contact with all the players. And this is just not the only entity we're going to be seeking money from. We already talked with the police jury people and with the tourist people, and when I passed the bill, I had a commitment from the tourists and folks that they would come up with some money. The issue was how much money, okay?
Right.
And so we didn't go into this not knowing where our income would come from initially. But the bulk of the money this entity going to create is going to be federal money, federal grants. And we're going to hire a grant writer, and we're going to have a detail, a plan, how we're going to go about getting federal money for this city.
Good, Mr. Weatherford?
I mean, does the city have the ability to prepare grants?
Yeah, the city does have the ability to prepare grants.
And has prepared grants.
Yeah, we have consultants, and we may recommend some consultants to assist with the grant preparations.
Is it possible I could get one of y'all to offer an amendment to the ordinance to amend the budget as necessary to incorporate these
You want
funds?
me to read it in and then add it to the end?
That would be helpful. Yes, sir.
So we're gonna go back to number 5. An ordinance authorizing the city of Lake Charles to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the North Lake Charles Economic Development District for the purpose of appropriating funds totaling $650,000 over a 4-year period to assist with the operations of the district and further providing office space for the district and allowing the finance department to make amendments to the budget as necessary.
Yes.
Everybody clear?
Hold up, that's an amendment, so it has to be
Now, you
seconded.
will all have to
and
vote
voted
on that
Vote
amendment.
on the amendment.
Wait,
Need a
wait.
second?
Need a second.
Second?
A second.
Second,
Read
Mr.
the
Harvey?
amendment again, please.
An ordinance authorizing the city of Lake Charles to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the North Lake Charles Economic Development District for the purpose of appropriating funds totaling $650,000 over a 4-year period to assist with the operations of the district and further providing office space for the district and allowing permission to the finance department to amend the budget as needed.
Okay.
Good?
Yes.
All right. Voting on the amendment. Please vote.
6 in favor, 1 against Mr. Vizino.
Okay, the amendment has been accepted. Now we're voting on the whole thing again.
Motion
The-
as amended.
The
Motion
motion
is amended.
as amended.
Yes.
All right? A yes is for it, a no is against it. Any questions? Please vote.
4 in favor and 3 against. The 3 against are Mr. Young, Mr. Vizino, and Mr. Weatherford.
Motion carried.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, we're moving forward to number 15. A resolution selecting the former Capital One Tower site for the indoor sports facility. Such selection conditioned upon applicable state and federal funding partners' approval of the site. We have a lot of cards, so just asking that you be patient, and we're gonna go in from those in support and so those against and council members. So, right now we have Mr. Samuel Talbot. State your name and address for the record, please. Uh-huh.
Pastor Talbot had a church meeting at 6:30.
He didn't call it up, so he ain't gonna do it. That's 14.
Well, Pastor Talbot, I don't know, is that legal for him to speak?
Who is it?
Is it legal for, Pastor Talbot told him to come and say a few words? But I want to say, on top of that,
I mean, it would be out of order, but y'all can vote to allow him to do it. Yeah.
do y'all want to, okay, we're going to vote to allow him to be a proxy a proxy speaker. A proxy speaker. Yes means he can, no means he can't. Please vote.
7 in favor.
Before we go forward, since Pastor Talbot has left, Pastor Talbot sent every council member, and I think the mayor, a letter in regards to this. And I'm asking that the audience, we're gonna go in and out of, these issues are related, but it's gonna seem like we're talking about 2 separate issues, but we are talking about one issue, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, come on up there, Father Mancuso. Now, while we're doing this, his time is 3 minutes. Because Father Mancuso also has a card in that is tied differently. Is that separate 3 minutes? Or we run them together?
He put in a card for a different agenda item?
No, same item, but he's speaking for Pastor Talbot now, and he has one he wants.
That would give him 6 minutes.
Okay, 6 minutes, and you're up.
So I'm doing the whole thing at one time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll,
Please distinguish between you and Pastor Talbot's words, if you can.
well, I can't top him, but I certainly will let you know that. Okay, first of all, my name is Henry Mancuso. I live at 858 Kirby Street, have lived there for 24 years. I am a resident of District A for the City Council and have been active for 24 years in building quality affordable housing for first-time homeowners in North Lake Charles, with roughly 120 houses already built and sold, and only one foreclosure out of all of those. This evening, Pastor Tolbert and I both speak against the property. And used better for something else. We're not going to waste my time talking about that because that's not what we're talking about here. Secondly, and this is where Pastor Tolbert is going to come in, I believe that there is better property for building an indoor sports complex. Pastor Tolbert, who I refer to as Pope Tolbert, and his community of Greater St. Mary Baptist Church are making a donation of 7.5 acres of land on Goss Boulevard to be used for that complex. So it's free property, costs nothing, requires us to use nothing else, but to have that property, he will donate if the city accepts it exclusively for that use as the indoor sports complex. The third reason we are against it is we've been talking about the development of North Lake Charles. But it's not just North Lake Charles, and it's not District A. It's Gosport. And we're taking from Gosport to put downtown in Lake Charles. And that's not right. This is Gosport time. This is Gosport time. This is Gosport time. It's time to develop the beautiful property that is up there. If we're going to build a 4-lane Enterprise Boulevard extension that has nothing for people to go to, it's just going to become a fast highway. We have to start putting things in North Lake Charles, in Gosport, so there's a reason to spend all this money on the Enterprise Boulevard extension. We've been told that because of the difficulties with the property in North Lake Charles, that the city looked at Hobby Lobby, Kroger, the truck stop on I-10, the Power Center Boulevard property, some Railroad Avenue property. No mention of downtown. No mention Capital One until they said, let's see if there's some property the city has. It wasn't a burning desire. It wasn't a burning desire, but it's available now. We were told today at my Rotary Club, I asked the director of Visit Lake Charles, was there a pro forma analysis of that project? The money that's going to come in, the cost, the number of visitors? Yes, sir. How long y'all had it? A month? Has it been made public? No. When is it going to be made public? Tonight at the city council meeting. So I said, that's how to do transparent business? You're going to present the pro forma when we're going to debate and vote? That's not good city government. That's not One Lake Charles. That's keeping information secret. That's keeping information hidden. My opinion. My opinion. It's not right. It's not. And so I think we need to say no No. Why spend money when somebody's giving us free property? My final concern is, did we really negotiate with the present owner of that property on Fitz and Ryder Road? Did we really negotiate? I've been told that the negotiators were the city attorney and the appraiser. Have y'all seen that appraisal? Have you had a chance to ask questions? Was there a question asked? Let's get a second appraisal. I did that for my house. The bank allowed it. We didn't really negotiate. We asked, how much? And they told us 1.2 million. Oh, we can't pay more than what it's appraised for. Fine. But we didn't negotiate. That wouldn't have happened in other parts of Lake Charles. You know, I've worked in the North Lake Charles area. I was told many years ago, my family grew up on Price Street, which was
Mr. President, Father Mancuso's time has expired.
Mr. Father Mancuso, would you like any more time?
Only if y'all want to read the letter, but it's basically a declaration of
You want to
the.
finish your thought? I mean, you want 2 or 3 more minutes? Take what you, I mean.
We're gonna vote, Mr. Weatherford
I'm fine
suggests
with
3 minutes. Please vote if you're in favor.
7 in favor.
Okay, the declaration from Reverend Tolbert's community, and he is the president. Arnold Malvo is the vice president. Jeffrey Coulard is a member. Wesley Keith Francis is a member. Angelia Stewart is also the secretary. Board of Directors resolution, donation of property to the city of Lake Charles. Whereas the Greater St. Mary Community Development Foundation is committed to supporting community growth, development, and quality of life for the citizens of North Lake Charles, Gosport. And whereas the Greater St. Mary Community Development Foundation owns approximately 7.5 acres of property located on Goss Boulevard, Lake Charles, Louisiana, whereas the Board of Directors of the Greater St. Mary Community Development Foundation has determined that the donation of this property to the city of Lake Charles serves the mission and the vision of the Greater St. Mary Church. Now therefore be it resolved that the Greater St. Mary Community Development Foundation is willing to donate 7.5 acres of land on Goss Boulevard to the city of Lake Charles for the exclusive purpose of the development and operation of a city recreation center. And be it further resolved that this donation be made contingent upon the city's agreement that the property shall be used solely for that recreational purpose. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors met on October the 1st, today, with the quorum present and unanimously approved this donation. Adopted this first day of October 2025, the Board of Directors, and it's signed by the Secretary.
Thank you, Father Mancuso.
Thank you.
Mayor, you want to wait till everybody?
Yeah, I'll wait till everybody.
Oh, that's you, Mancuso. That's you. Use your time. Wilford Carter Sr. Please state your name and address for the record.
Wilford Carter Sr., 1025 Mill Street. I come to ask the councilman to keep in mind the real purpose of why this recreation center is being proposed with monies from the feds. It's for low-income areas, okay? Yes, Capital One is in the area, but it's really not a community. It's downtown. So we need development in North Lake Charles, in Gosport, as Father Mancuso says. We plan to see a road get there, Enterprise Boulevard to 171. And we're going to be working real hard to make that happen. I understand there's some concern that it ought to be 4-lane and 3-lane. If you got money for 3-lane, do the 3-lane. I'll commit to work with the delegation to get you more money, but a 4-lane when we get the money. But this project is going to do a lot for Gosport. it would boom Gosport. The traffic would be tremendous. The property value would increase. People would go and visit that place, and they would enjoy it. And I know there was some concern about an appraisal of the other property, but I think it's worth $1.2 million, really. The property was in question on Fishing Rider Road. I've been inquiring about the property for some time. I'd have paid $1.2 million for it in a hurry, because other property have been sold in that area for $300,000 and $400,000 for 3 and 4 acres. This is 19 acres. But this is a game changer. What Reverend Tarbert Church has done for this community is a game changer. So let's forget about the property we debating about whether or not it's appraised and all this kind of stuff. We got a piece of property right next to it, within 200 feet of it, within 200 feet. That we can put on the corner, almost on the corner of Goss and Fishing Rider Road, right where the road is going to go. And the church is giving the city this property for free. It would be malpractice. It would be a poor for the city leaders to not to pass up this opportunity to take this property and build this recreation center to help North Lake Charles and the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Edmonston. State your name and address for the record, please.
Kyle Edmiston, 1205 North Lake Shore
Mr.
Drive.
Edmondson, before you get started, did the end of the, my bad, Councilman, do any of y'all have any questions for the first two? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Evans, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Good evening. I'm Kyle Edmiston, CEO of Visit Lake Charles. I appreciate the opportunity to address the council about the indoor sports complex. Really want to start with a quote tonight from George Bernard Shaw and say, you see things and you ask why, but we dream of things and say why not. Tonight we address why not build the best indoor sports complex along I-10 in downtown Lake Charles, making Southwest Louisiana the epicenter for youth and amateur sports. First thing I'd like to do is to make sure that I dispel a statement that was made during the agenda meeting last week. Visit Lake Charles has been a part of the discussion of this facility since the study was done by the Huddle Up Group in 2022. We've advocated for a site that's accessible and readily available. However, at no point has Visit Lake Charles offered any financial incentive based on any location. In fact, Visit Lake Charles has not offered, and the city has not made a request at this point for financial assistance with this project. If such a request is made, the Visit Lake Charles board will obviously take up the matter and vote for a contribution to this project. Tonight, I have the pleasure of delivering, and I believe each of you received an email, a resolution that was voted unanimously by the Visit Lake Charles board in support of building the indoor sports complex on the site of the former Capital One Tower. I believe this project and this location checks multiple boxes for the city. First, it will provide a fitness and wellness center for those local citizens that live in the downtown area and in the surrounding area that's been missing since Hurricane Laura. Secondly, the facility will provide an economic impact to the community through tournaments and competitive events in excess of $10 million per year starting in year 4 of operations and in excess of $15 million per year after year 14. I believe this is extremely conservative, and I predict these impact numbers will be met much sooner in the life of the facility. This will provide a sizable tax increase for the city of Lake Charles, but more importantly, it will provide a significant boost in business for our local restaurateurs and retailers. Third, after the first year of operation, Sports Facilities Company is projecting that the facility will operate at no cost to the taxpayers of the city of Lake Charles. Again, a major win for everyone to get this type of world-class facility and operate at a small profit on an annual basis. Last, and certainly not least, during the Community Foundation's Just Imagine process, one of the recommendations was the creation of community resilient hubs. This facility will be the definition of a resilience hub. During the storm itself, the facility can provide shelter and safe harbor for our citizens, and then during post-storm recovery, the site will be a distribution point for water, food, and other resources so desperately needed during those times. When the Capital One Tower came down, I heard from so many of our citizens that we needed to replace it with an iconic structure. Under the leadership of Mayor Simeon, this is that iconic structure. This facility will drive visitation downtown, both from our local citizens on a daily basis, to our visitors who come in for basketball, volleyball, pickleball, cheer, dance, any of those types of competition. There are few opportunities for local government to invest $30 to $40 million and see a return with economic impact of more than $300 million over the first 20 years of operation. This is that opportunity for you to vote yes to building this indoor sports complex on the Capital One site. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you and the administration on making a successful venture for all involved.
Any questions for Mr.
Time has
Aguirre?
expired, but obviously y'all can
Any
ask.
question for Mr. Aguirre? I got one question, Mr. Aguirre.
Yes.
I'm calling you Mr. Aguirre.
That's all
Sorry
right,
about that.
Mr.
Mr.
Edmiston.
Edmiston, you said that the Visit Lake Charles never made any advance of money to this project.
That's correct.
We were told by two councilmen that the organization said if we put it on I-10, we would be given $5 million for that project. Is that accurate?
Can you identify those councilmen?
You, Mr. Young, and Mr. Weatherford.
No, sir, that's false.
That's in the meeting.
I've said that Visit Lake
That
Charles has
happened in the
encouraged it along the I-10 corridor.
That happened in the meeting.
You're telling me what I said?
No, I'm telling you what you said.
No, I said along the I-10 corridor.
Mr. Edmondson, is that correct?
That is not correct.
Okay, so we were given some false information.
There was, as I said during my remarks, there was no financial offer based on any location. And there was no financial offer, period, from the city to us or from us to the city. We've been involved. I feel like there will be an ask of the administration and of the city to partner in this, and at such time our board will take that up. I don't have the authority to offer $5 million without our board. We've not had any discussion or vote on any financial incentive for this project.
Appreciate you. Any other?
I have a question. How much money is coming from private and how much is coming from the federal government to low-income people for this site?
That would be an administration project
I
question.
thought you was working with, because.
We are, but I don't know the details.
You're talking about the funds and the investment for the whole city gonna prosper off of funds that was given to help a low-income group.
My understanding is that this site falls under the LMI requirements of the funds that were being.
It does, but does that help the low-income group? When you said it, you said downtown Lake Charles. Downtown Lake Charles is the low-income group? Would you say that downtown Lake Charles is a low-income group?
I would say downtown Lake Charles is a mix of incomes. I'm not sure of exactly where it falls in.
I'm sorry.
But that's okay.
Okay.
Any others?
I have a question. I'm sorry. Not to be redundant, but Councilman Marks answered the same question that I was going to ask because I too was told that you guys would pledge $5 million. So I just wanted, that question was answered. So we got that clear, so I don't have to go about that.
Okay.
Also, I was a part of a meeting when this initial concept was even talked about. There was representatives from your office. There were several people who in the audience was in here. And it spoke, we even had a third party person, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Marks, who stated that the Fitz and Ryder Road site would be ideal. Okay, now just put my coach's hat on, my former coach's hat, when we talk about everything that can possibly happen in this facility. Most of these facilities of such nature are not located in downtown areas. I'm gonna use Youngsville, for example. And I know we're talking about something way bigger than that. So I heard you say of the economic impact that it could occur in Lake Charles, right? Are you saying that if it was at a different site, like more so the Gosport area, we wouldn't sustain the same type of economic impact?
Every site that was studied, I think could be successful as the indoor sports facility. Each one of them would have a different economic impact. The numbers that I shared with you tonight were the numbers that were shared with us regarding the site downtown. I don't know exactly what the numbers would be out in the Fitz and Ryder or on the Goose Boulevard site. I'm sure they would be different, but I can't speak to if they would be less or more.
Only reason I'm asking, because correct me if I'm wrong, you said that we would really benefit from it being downtown or along the I-10 corridor, primarily at the Capital One site, right?
Yes.
But that was just brought to our attention within a week. So I'm asking how much studies have been done to ensure or promise us that we would get this economic return just that fast on a site that we were just presented?
The staff at Sports Facilities Company, who's been working with us since 2023 and working with the city, is the one that prepared that. They prepared that after the agenda meeting last week when this was put on there, so that that information would be available.
Okay.
So there were no studies done regarding that site prior to Wednesday's agenda meeting that I'm aware of.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anybody else? Mr. Edmondson?
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, in 2022 and 2023, there was a study done on sports complexes like this that I think Visit Lake Charles did. And it stated in that study that the size of the sports complex matters. For instance, you can have a small one, you can have a medium which attracts regional, and you can have a bigger one which attracts national. In your opinion, we would have to maximize our money for this sports facility to meet the numbers that you talked about.
Yes.
So we're looking at, on range, a national sports facility.
National sports facility. Eight basketball courts, 16 volleyball courts, 24 pickleball courts. Total square feet, roughly 125,000 total square feet under roof.
And including parking, we're looking at a lot of acreage.
Right.
Okay.
And obviously, the one of the advantages of the downtown site is obviously the parking garage that would be already that's already there, and the ability to connect it to the facility.
So the parking garage is a large part of it being placed right here because of the parking.
It certainly helps. I mean, I think that would have to be part of. You want to look at everything in totality, and I think the parking certainly is part of that.
Did the visitors? I know this may not be y'all area, but are you aware that that parking garage was built in 1981 and went through 2 hurricanes? 3 hurricanes.
Yeah.
Okay, and I say that as an example of being on the council over the last 4 years. We had a similar situation at the parking garage next to Crying Eagle. And we were given advice by consultants that it was better to refurbish that than to build another one, because in this day and time, to build another one is extreme.
Right.
We ended up, correct Mr. Cordon, upwards of $7 million, I think it was, that we invested in there. That's to repair it. Right. Not to build another one, just to repair. So there's a possibility we may have some sort of funding spent to upgrade the parking garage at the Capitol site. You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
You answered the question.
Thank you for your time.
All right. You have a question?
No, I said y'all answered the question I was going to ask.
Nathaniel Allered. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, good evening. Nathaniel Allered, 231 Harrison Street, Lake Charles, Louisiana. Good evening, council members. A lot of spirited debate tonight. It's great to see this kind of engagement and passion within the city and the community. I'm grateful to be able to be up here to speak tonight, wearing 3 hats. 1, as the chair of the Downtown Development Authority Board. 2, as the chair of Visit Lake Charles. And 3, as a project champion for the Strong Downtowns project within the Just Imagine SWLA plan. So Kyle's already covered quite a bit, some of what I had in here. I'll just give you my take on the downtown site. When we look at downtown and we think about One Lake Charles, there's not much better of a meeting place, a middle ground, than downtown. When we look at the ability of a site to immediately provide the greatest economic impact, a downtown site can do that for us. That location with this type of facility can increase the walkability of the district. It can connect what is now the core of downtown with the event center campus and the lakefront. It can bolster all the existing businesses that are already in downtown and open and prepared to serve these visitors. And if we're being honest, there's a lot of vacant property in downtown. There's a parcel just north of the parcel we're talking about that's vacant. And so if we develop this parcel then all of those other parcels become more attractive as well. The same case could be made for an alternate location in North Lake Charles as well, right? But again, as an advocate for downtown, it's my responsibility to advocate for downtown, and so that's what I'm going to do. And my personal belief is that the city as a whole will receive the most benefit from the tower location.
I'm sorry, Mr. Aguirre, you through?
Yes, sir.
Any questions for Mr. Aguirre? Comment?
Not a question. I appreciate your sentiments. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said. Because just as you said, you're advocating for the DDA and everybody. I'm advocating for the entire District A as well. And I agree, everything you said was 1,000% correct, which also leads me to say the same thing that you said, it could serve the same place on the Fitz and Ryder site. Everything that you said was 1,000% correct, but it doesn't have to be directly at that site. And I'm speaking on behalf of the entire District A. So I appreciate your sentiments because you are 1,000% correct.
Mr. Aguirre, I have a quick
Yes,
question
sir.
for you. When you started off, you talked about the meeting place. It's the only place where everybody gonna come. What will prevent somebody from driving to Fitzgerald?
Well, I apologize if my context was off a little bit. Mayor Simeon and I participated in a small panel discussion several months ago before he took office, and a couple of projects were presented. And one of those projects was, and they were both specific to downtown. A couple of teams were assembled and challenged to, they were given like 24, 72 hours to create some projects, AI assisted anyway. It was a fun little project. One of those projects specific to downtown that came out of that was called the Lake Charles Route, the melting pot of Lake Charles, the gumbo, the roux of Lake Charles, for downtown, specific to downtown. And so it's not to say that people couldn't meet somewhere else. It's to say that downtown is already central to the city. It's already, it's been said, our front porch, right? And there's already some synergy to support a facility along these lines. When we couple in with that, you know, hopefully we get another hotel project proposal back in front of the council. A facility along these lines will bolster that project as well, okay? And so it's not, again, not to say that people won't meet in other parts of the city.
Right.
It's just that my belief is that this is already a central part of the city and a place where we can gather together. It is visible from I-10, which provides additional benefits in that location versus something that's not visible from I-10. We got, what is it, 85,000 cars a day coming through there, right? And so that visibility helps. It projects a stronger image of the city. And one thing I had in here that I didn't mention, Apartments.com recently did a study whereby they were studying where recent Gen Z college graduates are locating. And the trends have shifted. They've shifted away from major metropolitan areas like, you know, traditional New York, LA, Chicago, Dallas, Houston, right? And they're shifting to smaller markets. Top of the list was Ann Arbor, Michigan. Okay, now granted, they're bigger than we are, right? But the number one amenity that these kids are looking for are vibrant, cool, energetic, walkable downtowns, okay? And so if we get our downtown right, it can not only be an amenity for the citizens of Lake Charles and tourists who come into this facility or events at the event center, it can be a catalyst for growth as well by attracting young people, retaining the young people that we already have, and be part of growth, as was said earlier, is a puzzle, right? Economic development, total growth, right? It's not just Lake Charles, it's what happens in the parish and our adjacent municipalities as well. But downtown, I believe, my opinion, can be a bigger driver and piece of that puzzle, and a project like this can really help get it there.
Would you agree? Would you agree? I'm listening to what you said, and I did a lot of reading myself. The energetic part that's all a major part of it.
Yes, sir.
Imagine an amphitheater there in relation to what we already got going on downtown. When we put a sports facility, we are narrowing down a demographic. Everybody don't play sports. Everybody don't play pickleball. Everybody don't play tennis. So it narrows it down. So that sports facility, which is going to lie dormant for almost 7-8 months out the year, because AAU ball is not going to be hyped all the times of the year.
Right.
And we talk about creating a vibrant downtown.
Sure.
Right? So one of the plans that was introduced before was a amphitheater on that same site.
Yes, sir.
how do you relate the amphitheater to the sports facility?
So you may or may not remember I was an advocate for the amphitheater as well, okay? I'm an advocate for anything that contributes to the growth and success of Lake Charles. I'm an advocate for that site specifically for the reasons mentioned, the connectivity between the core of downtown, the lakefront, the event center, increasing walkability, all those things. I did not see any real economic impact studies or hotel studies on the amphitheater prior to that coming before the council. And I have not seen the latest study on this site either because it's so new.
Right.
However, looking at the two previous studies, and I imagine that it's going to be of similar impact within some margin of error. We're talking about 20,000 roughly hotel room nights per year driven out of this indoor sports facility. It's a lot of visitors. That's enough traffic volume to support a hotel on its own. Not to mention the synergy between what's already happening in the district. So again, I think in terms of the greatest impact for the city as a whole, and it's just my opinion, just like everybody else has one, downtown is going to be the site that can provide the greatest impact. I still want to see an amphitheater built. I believe that those funds are still in the LC rebound package and that there are some alternative locations available for that facility to be built. 100% I'll be back at this podium when that comes up for discussion, as well as for an event center hotel. I hope that answers the question.
Appreciate your honesty. Go
No
ahead,
question.
Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
I'm sorry, no. Mr. Harvey's next.
Okay.
Harvey's next.
So just for the record, because I definitely want to make sure I give credit where credit due for all the titles that you have and what you're affiliated with. But, and I guess, Mr. Seuss, I'm going to ask you to fact check me on this. But when we talk about low to moderate income, many factors that go into that, such as race, income, education, home ownership, and education. Those are all variables that consist of it, right?
That's part of the
So
criteria.
when we talk about that site location, okay, if we think about the 1 mile radius from that particular site, would you agree? I know what we're saying what qualifies, but would you agree that that is not really a low to moderate income area?
I have not done any sort of studies like that. I understand what you're driving at.
Just based off of what you see, being that you over the DDA and everything, based off what you
I'll answer
see.
your question in this way, if and hopefully it'll satisfy. If the question is this location, is the other location a more representative LMI area versus this location? I would think that common sense would indicate yes, it is.
Okay.
But again, my perspective, my opinion is formulated on the biggest impact overall for the city as a whole, and in my opinion is this location is the best location.
I respect that, but I think my point I'm making to that is that that's one of the reasons why we even qualified to get this sum of money. It's because of the location that was submitted when we submitted the site application. We didn't submit the Capital One site. We submitted the Fitz and Ryder site. So one of the reasons that we even got to the point where we could be awarded the money is because it met this specific criteria. It wasn't based off of what can drive this, that. It wasn't specifically focused on downtown Lake Charles. It was focused on some of these variables that I just met. So if we take this site and we go a 1 mile radius around this particular site, most of the people and the people who I represent, so again, I'm being very, very aware that I represent the entire District 8. These factors that I named wouldn't even be a factor. So we got this funding to benefit that particular type of geographic area, not necessarily that particular geographic area. I just want to make
we
that
wouldn't
clear.
qualify for the funds for any of the sites.
But I'm saying though, those are the variables that lead to us qualifying for it.
I was just saying, we can't even get these funds unless it's in an LMI area.
I understand that, but just for layman
You're correct.
terms. No, I don't want to be right or wrong. I'm just saying for layman terms. Part of the reason we qualify is because of the area that I'm speaking of, not necessarily because of the downtown area.
Yeah, I don't dispute that at all.
Anybody want to, Ms. Carter, somebody want to disagree to what I'm saying? Okay, y'all don't have to agree, but you get where I'm going with that. I think everybody agree. I know y'all not gonna agree, but I'm just simply saying some of the variables that I named when we speak of it within a 1 mile radius from that particular site. Part of the reason we qualified for this funding was because of what we submitted it on. I know we're not gonna get the agreement, but I just want to put that out there. I'm not aiming that towards you. I'm just clarifying it for the sake of that site versus the site that it was originally submitted for. That's all I'm saying.
You through, Mr. Hold 1 second. You through?
I'm done.
Mr.
No, you
Weatherford.
can go next.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, on the amphitheater,
Yes, sir.
I think that the impact of the amphitheater will be significantly less than the impact of the sports facility. You're going to have activity there with locals virtually, well, not well, I won't say every day. You're not going to have a whole lot of any activity on Christmas, Thanksgiving, the big holidays.
Sure.
But you will have daily activity there, except for the major holidays, plus the impact of bringing people to participate in tournaments that will generate revenue. And I haven't seen the studies. I didn't see any study that was done on the Fitz and Rider site either. But my business tells me that it's going to generate more activity there, which means that we could have a recreation facility that actually pays for itself in money terms, because the event center, and that's not the purpose of these things, but the event center loses money every year. It generates negative net income.
Right.
The golf course does as well. The other recreation facility we don't, you don't have to pay to get into, but so that's a big part of why I think that's a good location, is that it can actually not only, assuming that the studies are right, and I haven't seen them, that it will generate revenue that could be used on other recreation facilities. Like I said, most amphitheaters, especially I think it could be done at the current location. Big part of the issue there is that you don't have any controlled access at this point to where you could have ticketed events there.
As an event producer, I can vouch for that, yeah.
And it's difficult and there's a lot of days in the year that it's just not comfortable being out there in that kind of heat, watching the show. Now, I will say that there is, in the evenings it's relatively comfortable because you get a little bit of breeze off the lake. So, and I know it's in Rebound Lake Charles. I don't know what most people thought. I always thought it was going to be redone at its current site, because I think it is a good site.
Sure.
And so, but from an impact standpoint, and Mr. Marks and I can disagree, I think that the impact of that sports complex will be a much better magnet between the lakefront and downtown. And I think it's going to it will serve the whole city. I think whether it's District A, B, A through F will benefit more from it being there than it would at another site.
Geographically, it is more central in this location as compared to the rest of the city.
Good.
Yeah, I have another question about it, but later on. Not for Mr. Howard.
Mr.
So,
Funder?
You're with Downtown Authority. How much has been invested in downtown in maybe the last 2 years? How many new projects has downtown?
New projects in downtown would include the Woodring apartments that have recently opened this year, the B1 Bank facility on Ryan Street. Green Coast is now moving forward now that the historic district was created and unlocked those federal tax credits for them. So that's the 710 building on Ryan Street. Those tax credits also fueled the Blue Dog purchase, which is going to be a 5-iron golf facility. And honestly, Mr. Fondell, I think looking at those investments and wanting them to succeed, this facility helps to ensure their success. I think I know where you're going with this, and it'll be that there haven't been similar investments in the other proposed areas. I assume that's accurate. I'm not extremely familiar with those areas, but those are the quick developments that come off the top of my head.
Where did they come from? Private dollars, businesses? Where did the money come from?
For those developments that I just mentioned?
Yes.
Those are private developments. The Woodring had some complex funding mechanisms that I don't fully understand.
Mm-hmm.
Green Coast also had some complex funding mechanisms, but I know that the federal tax credits were a prerequisite for them moving forward. They didn't close on the building until those were completed. The Blue Dog project for 5 Iron is completely privately funded, to my knowledge.
That's all. Any other questions?
Yes, sir. I just, on Mr. Harvey's point, and I guess that's to Mr. Tiziano. When we applied for this, it was with a location, right? And that's when we applied. When we amend this application, does it go back to that same review committee to look at that site?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Okay.
In his site would have to meet.
And
that.
they're going to make sure that it still qualifies with the parameters of the grant, right?
Yes, whatever site is.
And I understand what
whatever
you're saying, but I think they're going to double check that, and make sure it still fits the purposes of the grant.
But I think.
And if it doesn't, then we got to look elsewhere.
Well, just to be clear, I don't think Mr. Harvey was talking about meeting the requirements. We're saying that that project was picked for that low to moderate income census tract for the purpose of the conditions of it. So now, it does meet, we all agree that the site meets the same standard.
Okay, that,
Okay.
just want to make,
Thank you, Mr. Aluret.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Can I have a,
Mr. Gene Thibodeau.
Okay, President Marks and members of the City Council.
Hold on, Mr. Thibodeau. We're going to let everybody move out who want to leave right now.
While they're leaving, Mr. Judge Thibodeau, I've been looking forward to the opportunity of cutting you off like you did at the Court of Appeal to me 100 times.
We gave you a few extra minutes.
Yeah, you did. I'm
You
just
did,
picking
did.
at you.
Now, I recognize that there are a lot of other folks who wish to speak.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to be very brief.
I haven't
in my
started
remarks.
your time.
Okay. Oh,
I think she was on the agenda.
First on the agenda. Now, I didn't put on it, you lost my voice. I got that again, I'm getting shakes, my eyes to go.
She was number one.
It's your first condemnation on the agenda. Do you want to take it up?
Mr. Harvey's going to defer her item for
Okay.
another, how long?
Your item's been deferred
30
until
days.
next council meeting.
November 30 days, 11 nights.
30 days.
11/19, ma'am. Come back on 11/19. It's the only notice you'll get, so come back November 19th. Thank you.
This number 1 is being deferred for 30 days. Please vote.
7 in favor.
Whatever.
Okay, Mr. Thibodeau.
Yeah, I almost said, please, may it please the court. Anyway, Gene Thibodeau, 3910 Marie Court, Lake Charles. What else do you need? That's it? Okay. Yeah, I'm here representing Renew Lake Charles. Renew Lake Charles is the entity that's managed by Keith Deriso, who owns Keeler Construction, and myself. We have been the...
Who you might, Judge?
I'm sorry, yeah. Renew Lake Charles was competitively awarded the proposal to develop a convention center, a conference center, and a hotel downtown. We have spent, countless hours with the previous administration. We've also spent at least a couple of meetings with Mayor Simeon and with John Cardone regarding the actual location of the hotel. On December 18th of 2024, the council unanimously granted an ordinance, passed an ordinance granting the mayor the authority to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with Renew Lake Charles. We have 3 plans to build a convention hotel and a conference center. The city is giving $15,000, 15 million, 12 million to, no, Marshall, 12 million to build a conference center, which we will operate and pursuant to a lease with the city, and the hotel will be privately owned. We have 3 locations that we are now talking about. Each location has its merits and demerits. One of the locations, our preference, is the Capital One Center. Why? Because it has parking. The other 2 centers, the other 2 locations do not. It's in an opportunity zone. An opportunity zone allows private investors to invest money and get preferential tax treatment. After 10 years, if the profits outweigh the losses. You don't pay any capital gains tax. So it's a tremendous incentive. Yes, sir. 1 minute. Anyway, we have.
Mr. Thibodeau, would you like any more time?
Yeah.
Oh, he
I
still
know
has
there are
a
a lot
minute.
of other people
still
wish
got time.
to
Still has a
speak.
minute.
Yeah. Okay. We have 3 locations. One is on the east side of the Civic Center in a circle, the green space. 2, it's northwest of the Civic Center. 3 is the Capital One site. And we've been engaged, as I said, in countless meetings. We've spent thousands of man hours, tens of thousands of dollars trying to decide which is the preferable location. We've met with Mayor Simeon and Mr. Cardone on August 13th, and we said we would submit the proposals within a short time so that CBRE is a consulting company that advises the city on these kinds of projects. And we've submitted 3 plans. One is for an upscale Hilton Gardens Inn in front of the Civic Center, in northwest corner of the Civic Center, and on the Capital One site. We've also submitted a plan for a super upscale Embassy Suites on those 3 different locations. And they were going to submit that to CBRE so that CBRE can make some recommendations to the city. Our concern is this. Renew wishes to protect its interest in possibly locating on the Capital One site. Why? Because parking is there, the infrastructure is there, the space is there, and it's an opportunity zone. It's a great opportunity to attract private investors.
Mr. President, Judge Thibodeau's time has expired.
Yeah, and so I'll answer any questions that you all may have, but my objective is to secure, at least to foreclose the
Judge, let me stop
possibility
you
of
for a
having a
second.
hotel
We're going
there.
to give you 3 more minutes. Please vote if you're in favor,
7 in favor.
so you don't have to rush.
Okay, now, we are certainly in favor of every sports center. And that sports center should include indoor tennis courts for us tennis players. I didn't hear that. But anyway, we don't want our group, Renew Lake Charles, to be foreclosed from having an opportunity to develop that hotel on the Capital One Center because of the various advantages that the Capital One Center offers. It has parking, it has infrastructure, it has the plumbing, it has the utilities. When we can do it, I don't want to mislead the council, we can do it on the east end of the Civic Center, right in front of it. We can do it northwest of the Civic Center. And all of these various options, and I don't want to go into all the details, are primarily the same. It'll be about $93 million. The problem with east of the Civic Center and the northwest of the Civic Center is that the city would have to provide 400 additional parking spots at about $12 million each. That does not exist at the Capital One site. And I don't know how large this sports center is. I don't know if we can coexist. I don't know those details. My function here is to make sure that our group is not foreclosed from using the tax advantages that inure for private development on the Capital One Center. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr.
So
Thibodeau?
is the Capital One is in an opportunity zone?
Yes, sir.
Wow. I didn't realize that.
The other 2 options for us to build, those
Or not?
they're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's so many opportunities in downtown Lake Charles for development. And it's all on the books. I mean, there's just so many opportunities there.
Yeah, well, we based our projections on a study that was done by the city's consultant, CBRE, and our projections are consistent with that which was proposed by the CBRE, the city's consulting company, and also by the figures given to us from Mr. Edmiston Group.
And I'm new to the council, so, and I didn't keep up with politics till I ran for office. Sorry about that.
Oh, this is not politics. This is not politics. This is economic
the thing
development.
of it is, though, we're going to increase the Civic Center, put more seating in there.
No, we were going to build a 39 or 33,000 square foot conference center. Okay?
Conference center.
Yes, sir. And the Hilton Garden Inn would have a 160 room capacity, and the super upgraded Embassy Suites would have a 200-room capacity.
Mr. Mayor, is there something to increase the seating in the Civic Center?
Not currently, because the configuration of the Coliseum, you'd have to basically demolish a part of the Civic Center to extend the seating in it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Judge?
And so we're looking forward to working with you all.
Can you explain to me right quick the opportunity zone?
The Opportunity Zone allows private investors to invest in a location, that location such as the Capital One building. And for that investment, the investor, the private investors would have preferential tax treatments. Let me give you an example. If after 10 years, the profit is $1 million, the capital gains tax, and I'm not an economist, would be approximately 15%. But in an opportunity zone, that capital gains tax is waived. You don't pay any taxes.
And
That is the attraction for private investors.
So that is the attraction of that site to private investors, as opposed to the city putting something there that would kill any kind of business like you want to put there.
That is correct. And of course, we have the parking garage there, and we have the old parking spot, the ground parking spot that was to the north of the building. Now, can we coexist? I don't know.
And we don't have that many opportunities in North Lake Charles. It's a depressed area. Nobody wants to go there.
That would be North Lake Charles, Mr. Fondell.
All right. Any other questions?
But no, I
or
just want to
comments?
make certain that, I want to be very candid, not mislead anybody. We have 3 potential sites, okay? Yeah, our preference is the Capital One site. And I have all the figures, but I don't want to bore you with all of these figures.
Okay.
It's anywhere from 67 million to 93 million.
Okay.
We made an attempt to buy the Capital One building. We could not, we had the cash to do it, and we could not get the owner to respond. Neither our group nor the city could get him to answer our calls, our emails. So, and that's the reason, no one's to blame. The owner simply would not cooperate, and that's why it had to be destroyed.
So it's 3, in your recollection, it's 3 potential projects that could have been put there. The sports facility, what we're talking about, the amphitheater, which was mentioned, and your hotel could potentially use that same site. I'm not saying at the same time. I'm
Yeah,
just saying
the hotel and conference center could be placed at the Capital One site.
Together.
Yeah, but I think the administration's position is that it would prefer the conference center to be on Civic Center grounds.
But if we put both the hotel and the conference center there, we don't have to worry about increasing parking at the Civic Center. It alleviates the trouble. Before, we were told one of the plans were putting the hotel on the north side of the Civic Center, which would have taken away some parking spots
400.
for the Civic Center itself.
Right.
In this case, we eliminate that problem and increase parking with the Capital One.
Correct.
Anybody else? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you all for allowing me to participate.
Chance Shoemate. Chance Shoemate. Gone? All right. Wilford Carter Sr., that's you again? No.
I had signed one for the 14, but.
Okay. J.D. Wood? Yes, sir.
If you have a request, I'm here to speak. I'm with Sports Facilities Companies if you need me to.
You with Sports Facilities Company? You the one did the study?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, come on.
J.D. Wood, I'm with Sports Facilities Company. I'm our VP of Strategic Development. So as everyone kind of knows, Sports Facilities Companies, we work with communities like Lake Charles to give them the facts, the figures, and the discussion so you guys can make this very passionate discussion and information. So we're happy to be here today. We've assisted 3,000 communities across the country in these same discussions.
Mr. Wood, before I ask you a question, I want to know, were you the one in the meeting with us last year?
It was.
And you gave us the information.
Yes, sir.
In that meeting, there were 2 options that was mentioned.
Yes, sir.
Nothing was ironclad. I want to put that on the record. One was somewhere near the I-10. The other one was the Fitzgerald Road site. We talked. I asked the question, and I think it was to you. I said, is this a legitimate site for this sports facility, Fitzgerald? You replied, yes, if I remember correctly.
So yes, sir. I just want to make sure when we talk about it in the sense of is it a great site for it, right?
Well, I think at the time, the discussion went something like, we were new to this, and we were talking about the two sites. And the proposal was presented to us for the Fitzgerald site. So I turned to you and I said, hey, tell me something. Can we make this work on this site? You said yes.
I did, sir.
You even said something to the effect, correct me if I'm using the wrong terminology, we would make our money back on this site in a short period of time. I think you said, you gave me some years, I don't want to.
Yes, sir. So the Fitzenreiter location, by year 5, you had a slight profit, and then it didn't necessarily grow past that, right? You talk about year 5 as our maturity perspective. So once you get to year 5, if you're making a profit, your expectation would be that you are profitable. It was in the tens of, $8,000 to $10,000 range
Right.
from that perspective.
But
Yes,
we
sir.
would have been paid for it and moving on.
But yeah, yes, sir. I think it was year 4.5 or right at 5 years.
Okay.
Now,
Any-
but
Go ahead, Mr. Fundy.
are we building this with city dollars or federal dollars?
Well, he wasn't at the time. He just did the study
Yeah.
to make sure if it was a feasible project.
Yeah.
The funding source came
So
later.
all I'm saying is the funding source for North Lake Charles was given by the federal government. So there's no need to worry about the profit because you didn't borrow the money to pay for it. See, you're not going to the bank and borrowing this money and
So
then have to.
Maybe we need to clarify the question. So you're saying in 5 years, we're going to make all of the money that the whole project cost?
Mr.
No,
Okay.
let me clarify. The federal money is going to pay for this facility. I think Mr. Wood is talking about when it can operate without sustainability, without coming out of the city's pocket, when it can carry its own operations.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we're talking about sustainability, it is the sense of operation. So give an example, I used to work Parks and Recreation in Texas, right? So Parks and Rec provides the great things in life. You lose 80 cents on every dollar and those kind of operations. The idea from it, the expectation was we wanted to get it to sustainability operationally, so you'll no longer have tax dollars going to run and operate this venue. So that's what I'm, as the mayor said, is what I'm answering.
Okay. Which is the goal.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Hood?
I would say, just so we did look at multiple sites, and I will say in general, Lake Charles, all of the sites that we looked at are all profitable in different facets. So I do want to add that to it. So
Appreciate you, sir.
yes, sir.
Steve Parker, do you just want to be in favor or do you want to speak? State your name and address for the record, please.
Steve Parker, 1225 Country Club Road. Good evening. I'm Steve Parker. I'm the site director at Lotte Chemical USA. I'm also vice chair of the board of directors of the Lake Area Industrial Alliance. Mr. Jim Rock has asked me to speak in tonight in support of this particular sports complex. The 28 Lake Area Industrial Alliance members feel like it's important that this proposed indoor sports complex be located at the Capital One Center. Our 28 member companies represent about 9,000 direct employees and an additional 10,000 contractor employees and vendor support services, primarily in Calcasieu and Cameron parishes. Every year we hire about 1,000 additional employees. And our concern is attracting and retaining talent for our plants in the Lake Charles and surrounding areas. So with the infusion of about 60 billion coming to this area, and with several industrial facilities that are either under construction or being planned, the need to attract this talent is going to be a very challenging endeavor. So several projects in our community, much like this one, will help the city become more desirable and enhance the ability to keep and retain the talent that we can attract to our plants here. Okay? The other piece of this is it's going to be built to the standard of a resilience hub. So one of the Just Imagine projects of the Community Foundation are these resilience hubs. And some of the other benefits of the Capital One location is it's centrally located, near the growing lakefront entertainment area, making it accessible to a lot of the citizens of Lake Charles. Again, it's going to be constructed to withstand wind speeds 150 miles an hour. It'll act as a safety shelter for a large number of Lake Charles residents, as well as a distribution point in post-storm recovery efforts. So, having said all that, it's a hope of the Lake Area Industrial Alliance that the Lake Charles City Council approves the sports complex being built on the Capital One location. And we feel it'll be a tremendous asset to the growing lakefront entertainment area, the city of Lake Charles, and for future generations.
Okay. Anybody got questions for Mr. Parker? I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Did anybody, any entity, anybody ask you to come and speak today, other than Mr. Rock?
No, just in behalf of the Lake Area Industrial Alliance.
Is this the first time the Lake Area Industry Alliance heard about this? Heard about this sports facility? Did you hear about it when it was on Fitzgerald? Or when the proposed site was on Fitzgerald?
No, we just discussed it today in our board meeting.
First time?
Yes.
All of those safety measures that you talked about, you know, all the things that it do, you do know that it'll do it on Fitzgerald too.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So, one other question. You said that it would help to attract, so your plant workers wouldn't come to it if it was on Fitzgerald?
No, we're not saying that.
Okay.
We just feel like the location is more ideal in the lakefront entertainment area. That's all.
So let me ask you this. Hypothetically, I mean, you're in business because of the alliance and stuff. I work for a plant myself. More often than not, when we bring outlying businesses to come to Lake Charles, we bring them to the area where it's going to be conducive to where they want to be. For instance, if I was bringing Craig's Barbecue Shack and I went to the administration, they would take me to Nelson Road probably. And once I get to Nelson Road, I'm stuck. I don't want to go nowhere else. It's booming. Rarely do they bring Craig's Barbecue Shack people to North Lake Charles. But we're using that community for this specific site to get approved to have that funding to build this thing, which we're now contemplating moving to downtown. You follow where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
And I just find it, I find it, no disrespect to you, I find it appalling when the Lake Area Alliance, that has a lot of people working in all kind of plants all over the city, take a stance and says that we are better if it's built there, meaning the city, than some other areas. And I don't know how to express that. That's why I asked the question, did you ever hear it before?
Yeah,
So, meaning no disrespect to you.
No.
I just wanted to put that out.
The problem that we've had is we've had professionals and their families leave Lake Charles because there's not enough for those families to do.
I heard it. Got
Right?
it.
So they go to Houston, they go to Baton Rouge, they go to New Orleans.
Gotcha.
So we have a tough time retaining that talent.
Right.
So we just feel like this location would help with Port Wonder being there, you know, Crying Eagle being there, to help retain those families and that talent.
And again, no disrespect. If you could just put it out and let them know we're going to have some things going on in other parts of the city, they can come visit. All right. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Janelle B. Guillory. I think it's Guillory. State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes. Good evening, everybody.
Wait till you get to the mic.
Janelle Brickneck Guillory.
Now try it again for me so it get on record.
Janelle Brickneck Guillory. I'm tired. I'm eating a peppermint to stay up. Thank you all for the time. But this goes back with Mr. Harvey project. We had 3 meetings, community meetings, and he present this complex. at Fitzgerald. You all, North Lake Charles, we got to come up. We bringing our own self down. It's new city councilmen, we got to pull together. Am I thy brother's keeper? I look at the last city council meeting, you all, we got to do better than that. We look at you two, people look at you two, let's just do this. This council, Mr. Harvey, brought it to us. We had 3 community meetings. I've been to every last 3 of them. Just give us a chance. We had 3 meetings. Our council, he's tired, he's beaten down. We need some help. If we can't get any help from city council, where can we get help? Where can we get help? But go to the rock, which is Jesus Christ. So we have to come united. United we stand, divided we fall. Mayor, you said we're one Lake Charles. I'm leave you with this. In Jesus' name, let's act like it. Thank you.
Rachel Lacombe, am I pronouncing it right? Lacombe? Rachel Lacombe? That's you? I didn't mean to put you to sleep. Lawson, I'm sorry. I should know that, Lawson. State your name and address for the record, please.
Rachel Lawson, 1414 Reed. I'm in District A,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I'm just a citizen. I live downtown. A lot of people live downtown, and we care about our neighborhoods and we care about our community, just like everybody does. Seems like everything's going south of town. And I'm excited about it coming to the lakefront because we've got restaurants, we've got all kinds of stuff down there, and also it would be nice to have a sports center. We haven't had one since the YMCA closed down. That was an affordable sports center for the people that live in the downtown area, and there's a lot of families that live downtown. And I just want to point out, this is just adding, we don't have a high school. We do not have a public high school in 01. And even a charter school would be nice because there's a lot of families that live downtown. And that's it.
Isn't it fair?
I live at 1215 Kirkman Street.
Say it again, ma'am, please.
I'm sorry. I live at 1215 Kirkman Street.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm here as an uncredentialed person, just somebody who lives in District A. My family and I've lived downtown for 20 years, and I just wanted to put forth my support for the sports center coming to the the Capital One site. And there's something that I don't think I've heard mentioned very much, and it's an aspect, it's an attribute that downtown has that I don't think any other area has, and it is walkability. You can park your car downtown. You can walk to the bank. You can walk to the ATM. You can go to a restaurant. You can go hear live music. You can buy an ice cream cone. You can drink a cup of coffee. You can go to the park, all by parking your car and not having to get back in your car again. And I wanted to mention that as a mom of kids who play tennis on a tennis team, every year we have a regional tournament at Ward 3. Ward 3 is a beautiful facility, and I'm very grateful for it. But let me just tell you, we go there, you park your car. When you get hungry, you have to go you have to go get in your car again, with the possibility and probability of losing your parking space, getting out into traffic to go to a chain and hope you get back in time to see your kids a game. And many of the people who go to these regional tennis tournament, we have people from Houma, Lafayette, Monroe, and they just leave afterwards. Some of them bring their lunches. And this is like tax money that's just going nowhere. It's not coming to Lake Charles because the area is not walkable. Downtown is walkable. You can't recreate these restaurants, these banks, the live music venues. You can't do that. It would take, and it's like the spec. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't make an area walkable. It's just baked in the cake at the beginning. So that's why I'm for downtown.
Yes, ma'am. Fitzgerald Darbone. Mr. Dogbone got 12 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 minutes. Oh, no, 15 minutes. Because other people have given him some more time.
Okay.
Hold on. Fitch, I'll point. Yeah. Go ahead. State your name and address for the record.
Fitzgerald Darbone, President of African American Chamber of Commerce, 2523 Hagan Street. Could I get our tech person to play the first video on the jump down, please? This is a this was a meeting from a couple weeks ago, and I need Mr. Harvey to please explain this. If you can.
So there was no agreement to buy the property, there was no agreement to sell it, it was just to wait and give the city right of first refusal on that particular piece of property. Said that the owner would wait until the city did whatever due diligence needed to do it. That was the price that it had set. So there was no agreement to buy the property, there was no agreement to sell it, it was just to wait and give the city right of first refusal on that particular piece of property. What was the appraisal done on this property? Well, we just got the results back last week.
So with the appraisal process, do we include all stakeholders and constituents around the property?
In terms of what do you mean?
When we get an appraisal done for a project like that, is it true or not true that we're supposed to include all stakeholders in the community? They're supposed to be a part of this process as well?
No,
That part. Explain to us, Mr. Harvey, that part.
What part you want me to explain?
About the fact that it takes the community and the constituents
That's
give.
not what I said, Mr. Goldman.
I'm
For the
just
record,
going on word.
you asked me to
what-
explain myself, so I'm explaining
explain
myself.
that. Go ahead.
Excuse me, hold
You
on.
wanna
Excuse me,
interject?
let me set the record straight. Mr. Dogbone, you're here to plead your case. You're not here to question us. We can answer some questions if you have it for us.
Okay.
All right? But it's not a debate.
Gotcha.
All right.
My sentiments were the constituents in the area notified, and was the owner formally invited to the appraisal process? That is exactly what I was saying, and that's backed by the FHA process. I mean, the HUD process right here that you can go. I'm quite sure you have those documents as well. That is exactly what I meant.
I've never heard that in my life.
That's okay.
That,
You never
that
heard
you
it. That
that
doesn't
you
mean
have
it's
to
not factual.
have someone, the constituents from the neighborhood, giving help with an appraisal value of a particular property.
You're misconstruing what I'm saying.
I'm just going to
Mr.
what you said.
Dogbone, stay on task.
Be on task. Let me answer the question.
I made my statement. I was clear what I said.
Okay, so here's the question. Explain to me, in your words.
I don't have to explain anything else. You
All right, so tell me, in your words, what is economic development?
Your question, Mr. Dogbone. I just
What
answered your question.
But it's my time.
I get it, and I
Okay.
answered your question.
Okay, so I'm asking you another question.
Okay.
Tell me what is economic development in your own words.
I don't have any in my own words. Only what's defined by Webster's dictionary. Next question.
And what's in the dictionary as economic development?
That's all I have.
Okay, so, again, we keep continuing to gaslight our community with stuff like this. So, this property that you guys, yourself, Mr. Marks, and Mr. Fondale, adamantly keep trying to get us to go in favor of the Fitzgerald Road site. That money, as you stated before, Mr. Marks, is federal money, CBDG, disaster relief funding. That's federal money. If we misappropriate that funding, if we pay more than what the property is worth, that is a misappropriation of federal funds. So if we go that route, somebody's going to be in trouble.
I agree with you, Mr.
So
Dogbone.
we cannot keep going down the street of gaslighting my community. It's enough is enough. So we have to, again, okay. So if you're not going to answer that.
I didn't say I wasn't going to answer. I said I answered your question
So,
to the best of my
so
ability.
answer me, you gave this investor to build these apartments on Fitzgerald Road.
I did.
You said you were the, I was at the meeting that this young lady was at the meeting as well. You said you were the catalyst on bringing that apartment complex to Fitzgerald Road. You were the catalyst of giving this investor $1.5 million of my money, of my constituents' money, to this investor. This was said in the same meeting from the last week that you were given that contract was given. The issue that I have is the fact that that piece of property is voided. It is voided. We cannot go back there. The guy is a snake is a snake. You're not going to negotiate with a snake. Leave it alone. Let's move on to another project.
Excuse me for a second, Mr. Darwin, if you don't mind, I prefer not to, anybody that's trying to do business in our community,
Right.
They're doing business. I wouldn't characterize
As
anybody.
a snake.
Right.
I retract that. So everyone's Mr. Marks, you were kind of on the trail with this about looking at Capital One site and having the sports complex there, and with these new investors that are coming into that wanting this hotel there, it is. Can I get you to show item number? Might be 3. So it is a great. So my company and my other investors are looking at this possibility. So here's is an opportunity for us to combine a $30 million project with a $93 million to $100 million project to have this on the lakefront. This is an opportunity to combine both projects. The issue with and it's great opportunity that it is in the opportunity zone. And I'm glad that was brought up, and I'm glad that was explained to you about the opportunity zone, because we have the opportunity to make money for our district. I don't care where you put it at. As long as District A has the opportunity to receive the 2% monies that's available through the Economic Development District, as stated that Mr. Young stated that he would like that down there because the opportunity of being in the downtown development opportunity zone, whatever it's called. That money takes, that district, that economic development district takes money out of District A. If we could expand with a Carter's district that would cover that area, then we could have money coming into our district via the new multiplex, whatever you want to call it, hotel, sports complex. This is an opportunity for us to really make money. Now that the project is not $30 million, now it's $130 million. So now the funding from this will give us a huge opportunity to employ. Can you go to the next one, please? This is another version of it. Could you go to the next one? So it's an opportunity in this sports center. We're not talking about the opportunity for economic growth. We have the opportunity to start having juice bar. We could have our own community have their own juice bar. The next one, please. I didn't realize it. There's also these VR labs, these VR opportunities with, if you're going to have basketball, volleyball, which is good. Golf simulated. That is one of the most sought after attraction. The next one, please. That's the golf simulator that can be in there. The next one. An arcade. So all these are already in the facility that is broadcast through Bryan, Texas, that the model is that we're pulling from. So if we combine these two projects, now everybody has the opportunity to win. But again, only if we can bring that money to the North Lake Charles Economic District. That's the only way that we can get funding, because if it's moved, even if it's there, we can't take advantage of any of the sales tax, any of the hotel motel tax that would be created, because of the fact that it is not in the North Lake Charles Redevelopment Authority's guidelines to do that. That kills us with any of where the big money is in the hotel, in getting the money from the hotel. Everybody else, everybody Economic Development District has this component of their Economic Development District, but ours. We can't make any money. Yes, sir.
Oh, you through?
Yes.
I don't have.
Oh,
You raised your hand like.
You through, Mr. Dalbaugh?
Yes.
Anybody got any questions? Thank you, Mr. Dalbaugh.
Okay.
We did Father Mancuso already. I have somebody that is in support, no name. Oh, Sarah Judson. Sarah Judson.
Sarah Judson at 1722 Enterprise Boulevard for over 30 years, and also the leader of our community foundation. And I'm here because of the Just Imagine Southwest Louisiana plan that's been referenced many times. And several of you on the council have already been working on different parts of those projects. So I just wanted to be here as a reminder that that Just Imagine plan, as a 50-year resilience plan for Calcasieu and Cameron parishes, that started, we were able to do it as a community because of charitable input from Angela and David Philo, who allowed us to hire world-class master planners. Many of you were a part of 10 plus months of input, over 7,300 ideas that helped develop the plan. There are ultimately 11 what's called catalytic projects, and 3 of those really relate to this decision of where this, regional sports complex would be, including strong downtowns that's been referred to tonight, waterfront development, and also the community resilience hub that we've heard about as well. So I really wanted to remind everyone that the plan, one, was created by world-class planners, and part of that was strong downtowns and connecting it to our other main asset in our city of the lake and the lakefront, that those things really do help when you're adding some kind of amenity like a regional sports complex, that it brings people in on a regular basis, locals as well as people from all over. And the more we align with our businesses that are downtown, the more we add walkability that connects from the downtown to our many waterfront amenities that continue to grow, the more we all benefit from increased tax base, from increased tourism, and more opportunities to enhance our quality of life. So just wanted to remind us that this really is, I believe, a generational opportunity, and I appreciate you all having such thorough consideration and the community input to make that decision. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Ms. Judson? I have a question, Ms. Judson. The community foundation that you spoke of, when did y'all first hear about the sports complex?
I knew that it was something being considered over time, that was something that we wanted to add to the region. And so looking at enhancing the quality of life, again, as well as tourism. And then last week, when that was discussed at the agenda meeting, we learned that this was something that was being brought forward as a possibility. So really, when you consider that, whatever happens at that downtown location, something that has the ability to bring in more people so that it enhances our food, beverage, retail, everything entertainment, to grow the whole downtown, as well as connecting it to the lakefront. That's really a key piece and a key location.
Well, I just have a problem. No disrespect to you. You say all these things about the downtown. We've been talking about this for a while, and the Community Foundation is a big organization in our town. But not one time did the Community Foundation come to a city council meeting, contact any of the council members that were speaking about it for the site when it was proposed on Fitzgerald. can you tell me why is it now suddenly one of the catalytic projects?
It's because, that's a great question. And I'll first remind, and I know some of y'all have been with me at different projects, especially even on Fitzenreiter with Kingman Crossing from Project Build a Futures Neighborhood. The Community Foundation committed in the Just Imagine plan, and we are helping provide the resilient features to all of the, I believe, 24 homes that will be in the Kingman Crossing neighborhood. Another project of Just Imagine is the Nellie Letcher Cultural District on the Nellie Letcher Parkway, which is Broad, in between Broad and I-10. And we have been a part of that, enhancing that area since 2019. So the reason that we chose to be here and share tonight is because of the strong downtowns and the waterfront development, as well as the resilience hub, to help show how all of those would tie together.
So you would still have that same energy and approach if we decided to put it on Fitzenreiter?
I think for the resilience hub for sure, and then to figure out how else there would be able to be enhancements. But the downtown piece and the waterfront, since that is as our front door of the city and places where the more we can bring people in to enhance that core that we have, that's where this fits in. But yes, the resilience hub piece, definitely wherever that would go.
So do you agree that the downtown area main focus is bringing people in, making money, helping the businesses grow that's in downtown?
For the whole city, because that is a big tax base, is my appreciation. And the more, and people want to come. I've learned so much in this master planning process of what attracts people to different communities. And so that downtown is really the face of a community. The more we can do that, the more we then can expand and enhance the rest of our city.
So you wouldn't have a problem with us paying $2.9 million for a piece of property to put it on?
I would have to know a lot more about that to be able to answer that question.
And I'm making it clear because that's what we paid for that piece of property. We paid $2.9 million. Now, people are saying that we own it. Yes, we do own it, but we paid for it with the intentions of generating our money back out to it. Because I said before, the mayor on his campaign said we shouldn't be putting, I can't remember the exact terminology, but basically putting city-owned stuff on commercial property that we could be attracting people there. So that's why I asked about, how do you feel about putting the sports facility that we had a problem with 1.2 million, but we would put it on a 2.9 million?
So from what I have an appreciation of is really the recommendations from the master planners who have created plans all over the community and all over the world, actually. But I would really encourage us, you all as the council and working with the city, is to be able to have master planning, and if this happens downtown or wherever it might be, to truly have master planners that can work with our city planning department here in the city to work together, because there are so many facets of this. We've talked a lot about parking, talked a lot about walkability, connectivity, and lay people like me don't know how to make that most informed decision. But what we have learned is that there are people out there who are experts at it. So I think when we consider, to your point, about what the return on investment could be with what we put in that location, and then how that maximizes it in connectivity with the waterfront and downtown. That would be my suggestion.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Anybody else for Ms. Judson?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Judson. Samuel Booker. Samuel Booker. Samuel has left. All right. Latricia Dunn. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Latricia Dunn. I live at 1103 Atherley Street, Lake Charles, Louisiana. And I am for the Fitzenreiter Road location. On yesterday, the mayor met with the citizens, a lot of us in the North Lake Charles at the MLK Center on Simmons Street. And the mayor talked about Lake Charles starting out with trees in that area and how beautiful it was and how a lot of the houses and things got built from the timber that was in that area. not only on the north end of the town, but other areas as well. You talked about the new swimming pool that is being built there, a 3-story building that SWLA Health Center is putting up. First of all, unless I have been misinformed, SWLA, the city doesn't own SWLA, so that's not a city project. But anyway, you mentioned that your reason for recommending the old Capital One Tower location is because the city already owns it, and the owner of the property in North Lake Charles was overcharging.
Let me say, I didn't say that they were overcharging. I said that the price that they were asking for didn't meet the certified appraised value that we had.
Okay.
Actually, the price for property is what anyone is willing to pay for it. Unfortunately, the city is restricted in how much it can pay for property.
Yes, you did. I understand it. That's what I was going to next, that based on the appraisal that the city, that property was not praised at the value that you all could pay. Okay. But the thing is that we really never got a straight answer from you when we were asking you about whether you had gone back and talked with the gentleman, and you were talking about how you wanted to protect the citizens of Lake Charles, and you didn't want to be paying more than you should be paying. And I understand what you're saying there, okay. But the thing is that it seems that every time there's something that's trying to get put up in North Lake Charles so we can sustain our own selves, it's always a problem. It's always up for discussion. And we've got people coming in from everywhere. Now, they've been talking, Mr. Harvey been talking to us about that coming to North Lake Charles, and that could be something that could boom our economy up there. You know, I moved here over 20 years ago. Nelson Road was a 2-lane road with ditches. The casinos came in. They didn't have hotels and stuff, but the casinos came in. That is a vibrant area now. They've got shops, store, all kinds of things out there. All we're trying to do is just get something on our end of the city that's going to help us thrive as well. That's all we want. That's all we want. We're not trying to cheat anybody, but you know, come on, be honest. You're talking about a swimming pool, and you're talking about SWLA Health Services. Okay, fine. What else? You know, from I-10 to Walmart, 1 mile, we've got 7 gas stations. 7 gas stations. Why would we need that many gas stations? And then I looked at, you talked about
Mr.
putting this
President,
place
the
down here
speaker's
on
time has
Capitol One.
expired.
Ms. Dunn, would you like some extra
Yes,
time?
I would.
Please vote. We're gonna give Ms. Dunn 3 extra minutes. If you vote, yes.
7 in favor.
Go ahead, Ms. Dunn.
Okay. You're talking about putting on Capital One. And from my understanding, this is a block grant. It's supposed to be benefiting the low to middle income people in our area. Shell Beach Road is less than a half a mile from Capital One site. Less than a half a mile. They're closer to where you want to put this center than we are. So apparently the block grant what they asked for in that block grant doesn't even matter, because that's certainly not considered low to middle income. Because if that's the case, then I need to go around there on Shell Beach and find out whether I can buy one of those houses down there for the price that I buy a house up in North Lake Charles. Okay? All we want is an opportunity to get something up there that's going to bring revenue that will help us build up. And then if y'all want everything else out, okay, fine. But let us be sustainable ourselves. We don't mind staying up there. I love it. Just like you said, it's beautiful. And the last thing I want to say, you're talking about iron sharpens iron. Go back and read that complete scripture, sir. Because it talks about friends.
It does.
Okay? And God knows, when Jesus Christ came, he called all of us friends. And I think that you need to sit down and try to negotiate something with this gentleman or come up with something. I love it that the church came up with donating the property. That's great. I think that's something else you need to consider too. But you all need to think about giving us an opportunity to be able to survive on our own. We don't care what's going on down there, as long as you give us an opportunity to get what we need to support our own community. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Samuel Booth, if I'm saying the name wrong, forgive me, Samuel Baltha? Samuel, you here?
I'm here.
Oh. Okay, with that being said, we have come to the end of that portion of our meeting where we entertained the people that wanted to speak on this particular issue. Mr. Bilbo, you got anything you want to?
First, I want to tell Mr. Talbot that was a great gesture. I wish that we really had, to my understanding, this is a timing thing. It's a timing network. And I wish that we were guided in direction, because not too many people I've ever seen want to give anything to North Lake Charles. And that you and your foundation would want to give that to the city would be great. I don't know, what was the required square footage that this had to be on? Because I know the Fisher Outer Road thing was 9 acres, right?
Yes.
And how much of it that we really needed I'm just asking, how much we needed for the complex and the parking or whatever.
We needed the whole 9, really.
We needed the whole 9.
From what the previous administration was looking at, it needed to be that big, yes.
And so Mr. Talbot offering us 7.5. I'm just asking, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And Mayor, you can add on to me if I'm saying it wrong. When the study was done, we have to decide what level we want to compete for. You can build it small and we can just have it for local. But if we're doing regional tournaments, it has to be a certain size. If we're doing national tournaments, the size that have been mentioned makes us eligible for, at the very minimum, regional. That's 8 basketball courts, 16 volleyball courts, all the other amenities that you will put on. And Mr. Harvey has a site that he's going to show that's going to give you an idea of what we would need. So that would depend on, when we get with the contractors and all that to design it, how much would be needed. I know a lot more. I ain't gonna say a lot more. I know that the Capital One site is tight. It's tight. And we're gonna be dependent on refurbishing a parking garage and still needing extra parking.
So how much is the Capital One site? How big is it?
Capital One site is about just over 4 acres. It has a parking garage that can accommodate 500 cars, because that takes up a lot of space when you're building these facilities. Plus, it's adjacent to the parking at the event center.
So the building could fit, not the parking.
The building can fit. Some parking, like for staff, but you're right. The general public would have to use the garage area.
So what I'm asking is, we don't want to build something once. We want to build it to the elite. Can the biggest building we have fit on the Capital One?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
talking about, we want to do nationwide, regional. Can the biggest one fit?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The Capital One site can accommodate the 8 basketball courts, fitness center, everything else that the amenities.
And can the biggest one fit on Goss Boulevard that Mr. Talbot and his generous church offered us?
No.
Because that one got to have parking.
I think we received Pastor Talbot's offer today, and we looked up the site. There's a couple of things that came up on it. First of all, across the site through the middle is the Entergy transmission line right of way. I'm not sure that Entergy would allow anything to be built under those transmission lines. We don't know that. The other part is that it is in an area that has to be built up, because it's on the west side of Goss Boulevard, which FEMA put in flood elevations, so it has to go at least 8 feet up. It has challenges from what we've seen from the very beginning, but it would have to be a divided site, and each side of the site would not accommodate this facility.
So how long would it take us to really understand if energy will allow it? I know how long would that take for, because every time we've met, everybody says a time-sensitive thing. We could lose it to Lafayette. We could lose it. How long would it take for Energy to tell us, even him giving it to us, I keep saying was generous, that we actually could build on top of it?
I will tell you this, every place where we've seen, Energy has two different types of lines, transmission lines and distribution lines. The transmission lines are the large ones that feed. Everywhere you see a transmission line, there's no structures under those.
But that whole transmission line going all the way through North Lake Charles, and they got houses right on the other side. That is maybe 50, how wide, Craig, where
the lines run?
yeah, because they got houses right on the side of the transmission line, all the way through North Lake Charles.
I know, but
It's not, that property line, that runs all the way through North Lake Charles, and they got houses everywhere on both sides.
And Mr. Fondell, we looked at that, there are houses on both sides, but there's nothing built under the transmission line.
That's right. It could be a walkway where you go under. You can put cement on the bottom of it
Okay,
and walk.
we
'Cause we
met-
got roads that go under that transmission.
Okay,
I don't mean-
we measured out the amount of transmission line that was on the property that was off to be donated. That takes up 2 acres. So it's 2 acres of that property that would not be usable, out of the 7.
Okay, and to answer Mr. Bibbo's question, it would take just as long as we took to look at all them other sites that we looked at.
I don't know, I'm just asking,
But I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, but how much time do we have before we lose?
We have to build this facility. We have to get the money spent for this facility by August of 2027. It's already anticipated to be an 18-month construction project, which means that we are working on negative time now. So we really need to get this put to bed so that we can start building this facility. Otherwise, we stand a chance that we will forfeit a $30 million grant.
Right, and when we decided to do this, that means we start the process all over again. So evidently, we're not worried about time, because we starting the process. We got a site that's already been approved, that's already ready. I understand that the appraisal fell through, but there's other remedies. So when you ask about time,
I was gonna ask, so, can we even discuss the Fisherado, not Mr. Talbot's? Because I don't want people to get confused that we're not talking about what he wanted to give us. Can we give this man, because he stated in an email that he was not negotiating past 1.2 million.
no, here's the thing, to answer your question.
Yeah,
We've established, and the mayor can attest, you can't pay over the appraisal costs.
okay.
But there's other remedies that need to be investigated in order to see for paying. We could talk about a lease. We can talk about a 99-year lease. We got 3 properties, I think it is now, that the city is under lease with. That we got the African American Chamber, Louisiana Chamber of Commerce, we still own the property. They lease the building. If I'm not mistaken, Port Wonder is one of those things. So there's other remedies that we need to investigate that we're asking.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so when we talk today, are we talking about Fisherado Road, CM Tower, or are we addressing Mr. Talbot's property?
All of it is relevant.
No, but we voting on today.
We're voting on whether or not Capital One is the site.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Contingent upon funding. That's
Yes.
part of the thing. So that's what we're talking about today. But all of this is relevant to it.
No, I'm clarifying it for them that we're not turning down Mr. Talbot. We're not even voting on that today.
Right, right,
That would have to have got on the agenda.
right.
So we can put that on next Tuesday?
Well, no, it's not about voting. I think what the
I'm
mayor
asking
is-
you, can we even consider it
Yes,
today?
today, no.
Okay.
But I want to be clear.
No,
What
I
the mayor-
want Mr. Talbot to explain. He was wanting to tell me something.
Okay, and I want to tell you something.
Okay,
too.
I'm just go ahead.
Okay. Mr., what the mayor is saying is that there may be some incumbents on using that particular property. If I'm not mistaken, we have to look into that.
That was our preliminary
Right.
view of it, yes.
So there, and I know we have to discuss it with Pastor Talbot, but one of the things is that may alleviate a way for us to get the difference in the price if we choose to do it. It's so many things that need to be done. But today we're discussing why let me say it the right way. Should the Capital One site be designated as the site pending all funding approvals?
This is a resolution asking the city council to support the recommendation by the administration that the Capital One site be the place where the indoor sports facility be constructed.
Right. So just for clarity, to Mr. Bibbo's question, it's not about that, not about Pastor Talbot's site today. Now, Pastor Talbot, you said you wanted.
Oh, yeah, I want to.
Sam Talbot, 421 North First Avenue. In 1993, when I was sitting here on the council, we did a study of the amount of ditches in the city of Lake Charles. There were 60 miles of open ditches in Lake Charles around 1994. 22.7 miles of those ditches were located in District A. And we knew then that we had to do a little bit more for District A than for the other 6 districts to catch up. And what I hear here tonight is that we're trying to pile all the investment, load down one site. Why don't you put $100 million at the Capitol site and $30 million over in Gosport, and then there can be some fill-in development between them. We're offering the property as an option if you can't work out negotiation of the Fitzgerald site. I like the Fitzgerald site better because it's right on the lake, which goes along with, we heard about the water earlier. But the site we're offering is not far from the lake also. And I think what's happening tonight is you're going to pass a resolution. Is that what before you?
Yes.
The city attorney, does the resolution have the force of an ordinance?
It does not.
No.
All right, so that means that you're just writing a little letter saying this is something we're thinking about. Even if you pass this tonight, the resolution does not have the force of an ordinance. It is not a final decision. So for those who are uncomfortable with the time, even if the resolution was passed, you could still investigate and do the studies on alternative sites. And I think it is wrong to make people think or believe that if you don't vote on the Capital One site tonight, that we're gonna lose it. You're not passing the ordinance anyway. You're just passing a resolution. And that's a big difference. And I think the city attorney just identified that it does not have the same force.
So we can go forward with both?
I think you ought to pass, because somebody said you can't vote on the Greater St. Mary site tonight. You can amend anything you have on this agenda. You could amend it whereby you would be looking at both sites so you won't lose any time. And I would suggest, as a former council member, president of the council and all that, I know the procedure, that you would amend the resolution to include both sites. And then as you do your studies and discoveries, then you make your decision what you're gonna do, because you're not gonna really do anything till you pass the ordinance anyway. That's all I have to say.
So, yeah, can I?
Yeah. Just for clarification, because the city already owns the site, there's no need for an ordinance.
by the legal department, not Mr. Stutes, it was Mr. Morgan at the time. And he had engaged because we was worried that it may not appraise. We've got the value of the appraisal, and he told, from my understanding is he told Mr. Morgan what the appraisal was. He just not put the whole package together. And he's here today, but he had given us a verbal of what that appraisal was. So the appraisal was done. It just wasn't formalized on, with a formal appraisal
The owner
package.
the opportunity to.
He did. That
formally-
was the reason why it wasn't finalized last week, is he had to reach out to the owner and give the owner the opportunity to discuss the property with him, which took place in the last few days. So that's why we had the number, we just couldn't finalize it under the HUD.
Y'all gave us a
rules.
number.
Say again?
Y'all gave us a number.
Yeah, we talked about the number last week at the agenda meeting.
Okay, so again, just for clarity, did we follow the procedure in place to ensure that the property owner had an opportunity to participate in the appraisal process before the process? You saying we dotted all our i's and crossed our t's with it?
I think what Mr. Stutes would tell you is, since that conversation, that the appraiser got with the property owner, and he's had those conversations, and he's finalized his appraisal based on his meeting or conversations with the owner.
Are we,
I
are
think
we
that's
sure?
correct. Yeah, yes, that is correct.
So, just for clarity, the appraisal y'all sent out today, I spoke to both the appraiser and the owner. The appraiser called the owner after he had already went out and assessed the property. He called the owner and told him what he was doing and all the ins and outs. According to the UTA, we are supposed to formally notify the owner that we're having an appraisal on your property. Do you want to be a part of it? Now, the owner doesn't have to participate, but that formal notification has to take place. I think that's what Mr. Harvey is
That's
asking.
exactly what I said, and that's also that was my statement last Tuesday that was questioned earlier.
Yeah, that
That's
was done.
exactly. So
That
we
was
are
done.
saying on record, we did all of that.
Yeah, the appraiser's here. He can answer that question if you want him to. He's the one that provided notice to
We're not saying the appraisal wasn't done.
Okay. Yes, he did provide the notice you're asking about. The formal notice to the landowner did take place
Before he went to.
before the appraisal was finalized. Yeah.
I guess where I'm getting lost is when you say finalized.
Yeah.
Okay, I can start it, and then I call him, let him know what I found, and then we finalize it. As opposed to, I'm finna start an appraisal, do you wanna come?
It does not require it to be done in the order you're describing.
It does not.
It does not.
Okay.
Dr. Stoffer, you had something else?
Yes, and I'm thinking about the late Councilman Buddy Prejean, who I know Mr. Cardone is familiar with. And he asked me one day on the council, he said, how is this council? I said, I don't know what you mean. He said, it's 4-3. 4 votes win, 3 votes you lose. What I'm saying to Mr. Fondale now, if you want to amend this resolution to add the Greater St. Mary property and get a second, you do that based on the amount of votes you anticipate you're gonna get to win.
Yes, yes.
If you feel you're gonna add 3 and you're gonna lose, you
Yes.
don't do that.
And
So I would
that's why I
leave-
want to amend, that's why I was talking to.
Just for 2.
Norman, for 2.
I think you can get votes
Yeah.
for the Capital One and the Greater St. Mary property. I don't think you can get it for property where the appraised value is out of range.
So I amend my, whatever it is.
No, you got
I got so confused.
Resolution.
My
Resolution.
resolution to only include what Mr. Bibble wanted was to have the Greater St. Mary go along with
the Capital One.
the Capital One.
Is that what you wanted?
And, yeah.
Before y'all go, Mr. Young wants to say something.
I would, thank you. This conversation topic has become very convoluted, and it pains my heart really to see Lake Charles talk about itself in ways that divides the community and picks parts of the community over others. I really do hurt because of that, but I want to encourage us to take this, again, once in a lifetime opportunity to really capitalize on this sports complex and not lose it to a community like Lafayette, who is actively right now working to try to build the same thing. our markets both won't support this type of complex. And I don't want us to lose another thing to Lafayette. I'm tired of losing to Lafayette. I'm so tired of losing to Lafayette. In my small opinion, this downtown location is the most strategic one, and it's been said over and over again, but it's where we meet in the middle. And north and south and east and west and northwest and purple and green and yellow and gold can all come to the downtown and experience Downtown at Sundown and Live at the Lakefront and Chuck Fest that we're going to go to in a couple of weeks. We can meet there. We all feel like we own a bit of that parcel of property. That's where we naturally, all of us. Perhaps some don't feel that way, but I feel like a lot of people have gone to these cultural and music festivals, most recently the International Cultural Fest, that attracted so many people of a variety of backgrounds. I want to say, too, from my vantage point in District D, the thing that's most important to my constituents, and we haven't talked about it, is the lack of a fitness center in downtown and in Mid-City. And since the storms, Gigi's closed, and we don't have Ward 3 community centers or recreation centers in our district. We don't have but 2 parks when other districts have 9 parks. There aren't gathering spots like this where we can access an affordable, nice, high-quality, state-of-the-art fitness center and indoor walking trail where elderly folks can go and just get in their morning walk and stretch their legs, connect with their neighbors and their family members. We don't have community center. There is College Oaks and Drew Park in my district, and those are very far spread apart. So this gives us that opportunity. I do think that this indoor sports facility, if put downtown, would bring in steady foot traffic and folks who come in from out of town. Not that that's our focus, but they do have walkability to shops and restaurants. And if they're youth sports, then they can go right around the corner to the Port Wonder Children's Museum. They can go to Millennium Park and let their kids play while one's playing basketball or volleyball or pickleball. This will encourage people to not just come to Lake Charles once, but to come back again and again because, hey, while Dad was watching daughter, Susie, play pickleball, Mom was able to bring the rest of the kids and stretch their legs in the park nearby. If we can create an anchor like that or a hub that is aside from our casinos, which really is the only overnight multiple destination that we have within the city, then Lake Charles stands a better chance of being competitive. I also want to point out that I wouldn't advocate for this facility in District D in a neighborhood for a couple of reasons. Number one, if you ask the folks that live around McMurray Park in Sulphur, summertimes for baseball and softball are a nightmare. There's multiple lawsuits held up right now because residents say, I couldn't even get out of my driveway and it was an emergency situation. Cars are parked all over the streets and on the side and they can't leave their homes because 500 to 600 cars just converged in their neighborhood within a short period. Also, think about the amount of light pollution that's coming from these stadium lights in the parking lots. The noise that's coming from these facilities, it could very well disturb a neighborhood that holds on to its neighborhood and family values. And so I wouldn't advocate for it in District D. And last, I want to just mention this. The similar facility in Bryan, Texas that we talk about has generated $13.1 million this summer alone for their community. Now, this facility isn't built in my district, but I'm ready for my district to be able to take advantage of some of that funding. I'm ready for my district to be able to see results from the overflow of this economic impact. And I'm ready for every neighborhood and district in Lake Charles to benefit from this overflow. So I hope that we will not miss this opportunity by exploring one property after another. And Pastor Talbert, truly, thank you. What you are offering to do today is something that I don't know many people would. And you did that on the spot, realizing that the appraisal came in way under what the property valuer was asking and not willing to lower the price for it. That is a selfless thing that you and the foundation are offering. But I hope that we move forward with this, and I hope that 2 years from now, which is actually we only got a year and 10 months, we can look on this facility that we can all be proud of and that we're all benefiting from and that we all have access to use, and we're just plopping it right smack dab in the middle of the city because the north and the south and the east and the west can come together there. That's it, Mr. President.
Okay, with that being said, I want to say this. I listened to what you said, Mr. Young, and there's a few points that I want to point out. You said about the economic value. You want to see it. That's what we're talking about for a community like North Lake Charles. Economic value. If the least we can ask for is to have a gym, if that's our only problem is we ain't got a gym, we in good shape. We in good shape. We're talking about a facility that is life-changing. When you talk about the economic value of it, that is what you need in a crippling community. Downtown is not suffering, not one iota. Whatever goes at that $2.9 million site is going to benefit North Lake Charles because we paid the price to do something for the North Lake Charles community on that site. Here's what we're looking at. You talked about the community. I honor what you just said. But think about this. We want to take a $2.9 million piece of property. We got to factor in repairing the garage, which we know we're going to have to. Let's just say it's $1 million. We taking $3.9 million before we laid the first brick. And we saying now property means nothing. When we purchased that property, we had extensive conversations about whether or not we should purchase it. What were the pros and cons? What were the pros and cons? And we came together as a council. Mr. Weatherford was a part of that. 7-0 to purchase it because we saw what it could be. We stifled that. I know what y'all say, we're gonna make a lot of money on this, but it's not going to be as impactful as it would be in a community that is searching. Judge Carter and them came here for that very reason, to establish something. When we was in that meeting that he talked about, Ms. Judson was there. They said we needed this economic development district in order for it to survive. And like Judge Carter said, it went away because it was already established in North Lake Charles. And I believe, my personal opinion, when they found out it was in North Lake Charles, well, nope, we don't want to deal with it. So it went away. So here we come with another life-changing event. We talk about the sites. From the very beginning, we never settled on Fitzgerald. Councilmen came in with other areas. It was never just Fitzgerald. We went to Hobby Lobby, 7 as the mayor claimed. It was never a focus on that. So it was never any intention on some people to put it there. We went through the rigmarole, and it just happened to work out that it didn't appraise. And I got to throw my hands up to that. There's nothing I can say about that. It didn't appraise. But there are other means, I believe, that we can do as well as other sites. Just like we talking about what Tommy said about doing the work for Pastor Talbot's property and see what we can come through.
And they can both go together.
All I'm saying is, if we got to do, like the mayor said, all this is taking place at the same time, environmental, all that, let's not close out other possibilities. Because when we do that, now it becomes tightened because now we're saying it got to be this or this. When we might discover there's a property out there we already own that might be in North Lake Charles. It might be somewhere else that will really benefit the city. But when we say it's a central spot, I hate when we keep saying that because it makes me think about what is so hard about going north? What is so hard about getting in my car and going north? And if we look at the records, the myth out there is that North Lake Charles is the most crime-riddled area. We had a report from the police department that said it's the lowest crime area because I ain't never been a thief, but if I was a thief, I'm not going steal from poor people. I'm going from rich people. So I agree with you. It's a lot of dynamics in this, but the passion is because when you've been deprived for so many years, administration after administration, and I'm a part of it because I did some things, voted on some things that probably I wasn't as educated as I need to be on them. And it happened. And hindsight lets me look back from the last 4 years and say, man, we made some mistakes. And I'm trying not to, me personally, I tried not to make that same mistake again. Because I know a lot of people say, why you keep speaking up for A? Because I live in F, but I was raised in A. And I cannot forget the people that I come from. That's my passion for what it is now. So it's nothing personal with the mayor or anybody about this. But I'm gonna fight for my grandkids to see something that they might not ever see in life. We might not ever get to see to take part in this. but it will be something that we can put in our community and say, hey, we gave them a jump start. One Lake Charles. One Lake Charles can't be just that way when it's convenient for us. It got to be all the time. One. And that's my stance. Mr. Harvey?
Hey,
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Craig,
sorry.
I'd like to say also, that's what I'm passionate about, that I have nothing against the mayor personally. People try to take this, I don't even care about the owner of that property. You know what I'm saying? He's some rich guy that I don't even know. What I am concerned about is giving the money, the bulk of the money was given to help low-income folks. And like Pastor Talbot just said, let's let it run together to get the best. And we'll make a decision whether, because see, downtown Lake Charles has possibilities galore, but they don't. How hard is that to see? I'm listening at y'all talk, how y'all gonna, it'd be all right if it was all fair. I mean, but you got all of this, and all they want is this little piece to catch up. They won't be rich, you know what I'm saying? And the government saw it that way. The government said, look at the census tract. This is low to moderate income folks who are struggling. Go in there, and the community board went out and they came up with a plan to try to correct that. I mean, and the plan was in place. I mean, they didn't decide that overnight. I was in conversation. They said the previous mayor had been discussing this concept for 2 years. It's been a lot of, but I just got elected. You know, and when I first heard it, I thought we was talking about a gym. And it didn't really matter to me. It's just another gym. But when I found out it was economic impact that's going to help poor people, I had to get compassionate. And if I offended you, I apologize.
No apology needed. Look, I sit in this seat. I sit in this seat knowing what comes out of us, and I appreciate the passion. That's what I told the crowd last night. Do not judge anybody for feeling passionate about the communities that we serve or the fact that we do public service. It's not an easy task. It's not. And I share your passion. I share your conviction. I live in District A. I was born and raised in District A. Most of the people I know are in District A. I know the challenges. When I served in that seat for 2 terms with you on the council for 8 years, I fought for District A. I started the Enterprise Extension. I put the Riverside Park in because I said this place, people need to understand the beauty and the value of this place.
Exceptional facility for the community, for recreation purposes, for meetings,
I didn't realize that by speaking I'd start a jingle going, you know. But I want to say, and I'm serious, I share everything that you're saying. And throughout the remainder of my term, I am committed to bringing equity, bringing everybody, because we cannot be one Lake Charles when one part of us is not thriving or surviving. My sole focus right now is the fact that, and I want to caution the council that these funds are at risk. This entire project is at risk. And this is not the only project that we have. This one project has taken up so much oxygen. We have numerous projects. We haven't even gotten to Lake Charles Rebound. And we are struggling to get through this. I understand the impact of it. I also understand that for the next 4 years, we've got to come together and shepherd this community wherever it needs to go. And that's going to be the north, the south, the east, and the west. But I will not, and I will not take the chance of losing a project like this in our community. because I don't look at these as putting a project here, putting a project there. I look at everything as where do we plant a seed to grow our community? Where do we generate funds to meet the needs that we need in this community? I don't want any of you to be chastised because you're passionate about the communities. I did that. I was up there. I was on the bad side of 4-3 votes. I was on the good side of 4-3 votes. I got the 7-0 votes and celebrated. But I know that the people in my community are counting on me. And look, the bullets come at me too. They're coming at me because this is not a popular decision to make at all. This is not a popular decision, trust me. I live right down the street from this site. It is not a popular decision. But I have to focus on the fact that this came in on my watch. I didn't create this. I wish we had all the time in the world to vet all the sites and come up with the best and brightest site. I did the best I could with the 7 sites that I had. We can keep kicking the can down the road, but if the road is at an incline, that can is going to keep coming back at us till eventually that can is going to go away. This city cannot afford to lose a federal grant, because the next time we ask the federal government for grant monies, they're going to look at us and say, you're not good stewards with that. So I'm pleading with this council to make a decision. We need to move forward because we got too much other stuff on our plate. And my agenda hasn't even gotten started yet. So we've spoken to the owners, and I want to say they put a real investment in our community. I remember when that site where they were, it was just an old cement plant, an old raggedy building. I remember one time we were coming home, and my wife, who's from Lafayette, she actually got tearful the fact that it looked that way. But I look at it now, I see a gated community that's going to house our elderly people. I took the owner out to the MLK Center and said, look, I want you guys to find volunteers to drive this cart in the park. Let's go fishing. Let's talk to our youth. Let's come to the MLK and look at all the programs that we have for the seniors. I would love to have a sports complex. And look, I will fight to do whatever we need to do. But right now, we are on negative time. We are absolutely on negative time. We got to get this money spent by August 2027. I do not want to lose this money. I do not want to lose this opportunity. I appreciate Pastor Talbot wanting to develop his property, and I want to work with him to get that done because I think he's sitting on some prime location, and that Enterprise Boulevard extension is going to come through there. And if you look at that project, there's a plan that went with that road to redevelop the entirety of North Lake Charles. This process of looking at these sites has opened eyes to a lot of people. That site on Enterprise between Kirkman and Enterprise is a 25-acre site that we think is going to be a game changer for this community. But we have to start somewhere. I just urge you, I'm going to do whatever you say do because I'm the mayor of this city and I respect the institution of the council. But I also ask the council to respect the institution of the mayor and at least consider my recommendation because I do not want to see the consequences of us losing this project, losing this money, or Lafayette opening something and once again, we're on the outside looking in.
Mr. Harvey?
Yes. Mr. Mike, if you don't mind, can you please start the video for me?
Sorry, I gotta find it. The audio bomb was that browser.
Yeah, that was good.
Legends Event Center. Yes, sir. Right?
sure.
It's a nice facility. That's a nice facility.
If a vote comes up, we'll make sure we do.
This is led.
Sorry. So in the beginning.
Mr. Craig, while he's doing that, we didn't get a second on my motion to add the two.
This is Legends Event Center in Midtown Park, right in Bryan, Texas. Its purpose is to be an exceptional facility for the community, for recreation purposes, for meetings, banquet space, but also to help drive economic impact into the Bryan community through sport tourism. We have the 16 volleyball courts, 8 basketball courts, so we're looking to bring tournaments, teams, families, spectators from all over the Southwest region.
On December 10th, 2022, which was a Saturday, we had a ribbon cutting and a grand opening. Once we opened the doors, I think it was truly a wow, a real wow for everybody that walked in. The floor space, the lighting, the different types of events that we can host, the different types of rooms that we have, everything seems just to really wow folks. I think that's the best way to describe it. It's an amazing facility.
This facility is for everybody. So as I tell everyone in the local community, be proud that something like this is in your backyard, because people are coming from all over the country for certain events that we're going to have, and they're going to be blown away by this facility. That the fact that it's in maybe an area of Texas, it's not a metropolitan area, but it's just as beautiful, and the community is welcoming with open arms. So whether you're traveling in town for a volleyball tournament, or you're coming in on a Tuesday night for your son's basketball practice, this facility is for everybody.
The most obvious part is the floor space that we have. So you have 16 volleyball courts converted to 8 basketball courts. Huge space. So you can host all sorts of events there. Cheerleading, gymnastics, wrestling, floor shows, you name it. There's lots of space within that facility. To complement that is a number of other activities as well. So we have an arcade, has a number of different games. Off the arcade are 3 party rooms, so birthday parties, other types of sort of events, especially focused on youth and children. As you walk in a little bit further, you're going to see a synthetic turf area. You'll see to your left then some an e-gaming room where we have 18 different stations, state-of-the-art sort of equipment, really unique space there. If you walk down the steps or down the ramp, you'll find this flex space where we can convert into 5 different rooms or one large space. So lots of things can happen here at one time. I would envision that in the next 25 years, if we look back, we will have touched a number of lives in a very positive way. So it's not just about youth, it's also about seniors. It's about folks like you and me. An opportunity for a place for them to go and gather, a place for them to compete, a place for them to learn, make new friends, to experience a different way of life. And so throughout this park, there'll be different opportunities. And we hope that as people look back, they'll go, dang, that Midtown Park, Legends Event Center, those are really cool places. I'm so glad I got to experience it.
Mr. Harvey.
That's it. So tonight I've patiently sat back, and I've intentionally tried to be very open to what everybody had to say. I came here tonight and I'm prepared to speak, but I want to make sure that what I say is not misconstrued or people take what I say out of context or out of tone. Last week, I'm going to apologize to the city of Lake Charles if they misunderstood my passion for advocacy. That's the difference. I'm not arguing for anything. I'm advocating for the people who put me in this position. So I want to read this statement before I get on to what else I have to say. As everybody know, I represent District 8. I'm the city councilman for the entire District 8 area. So when I do lead, I lead from an equity-based lens. I don't lead from who have and who don't, who need and who won't, who rich or who poor. I lead from what the people need me to say and what the people need me to do. So when I say Gosport, I want you to understand something. I'm not talking about white or black. I'm not talking about rich or poor. I'm talking about served and underserved. So when I'm saying a Gosport area, please do not misconstrue what I'm saying. Gosport stands at a pivotal crossroad where resilience meets revitalization and where potential is poised to become progress. The community is preparing to take a significant step forward with development of a world-class sporting complex, envisioned not just as a facility, but as a catalyst for equity, education, health, and economic opportunity. As far as the vision and commitment for our community, we want this for years. Residents of Gosport have dreamed of something premier, not just a facility, but something premier where there's a concept or an idea to be built in the heart of their neighborhood. This vision that we're talking about tonight aligns with the ongoing initiatives such as the Hope Center project, which we've approved months ago, and the Enterprise Boulevard extension. Together, these efforts reflect a shared commitment towards the One Lake Charles mission, strengthening connectivity, fostering unity, and ensuring every part of the city that can thrive. Some of the strengths and challenges of Gosport. First of all, Gosport is defined by its rich history, its culture, but overall its remarkable resilience. Yet the community continues to grapple with challenges, persistent stereotypes linked to poverty and crime, inequities in health outcomes, and barriers to educational achievement. These issues have been compounded by decades of underinvestment. Through Lake Charles Rebound, we took an opportunity based off the constituents' votes. And we basically created an initiative to invest into the community's untapped potential that has been clearly recognized. That initiative provided a strong foundation for targeted investment that could begin to close the opportunity gap, accelerate growth, and ensure residents benefit directly from revitalization efforts. By building on those insights, Gosport is now positioned to transform long-standing challenges into long-term opportunities. The importance of this location in this community, I want you to understand that the placement of the initial proposed site is not just a logistical decision. It is a statement of values. Relocating this facility to a higher income area, more economically vibrant area, would only deepen existing inequities and accelerate the decline in Gosport. Keeping this project in the Gosport area is essential for advancing equitable development and restoring pride. I want to come back by saying, I represent the entire District 8 area. Please do not misconstrue what I'm saying when I keep referring to Gosport. I want to be transparent tonight, and I hope that you listen to me wholeheartedly, because one thing that I have never done as a councilman is misled the people who I serve. I'm not about that. That's not a part of my brand. It's not a part of my DNA. It's not a part of the fabric. If someone wants to accuse me of gaslighting or misleading my community, I want you to understand. Then if that's the case, I've been misled as well. The previous administration, which consists of a lot of the current administration, intentionally had a meeting with me to talk about this project. This project was initially only spoken about on the Fitz and Ryder Road site. Please understand, I'm an educator by trade. I understand what the word appraisal stands for. I understand what the word appraisal means. I understand everything about an appraisal. But instead, we knew about the appraisal process, and we still entered into a buy-sell, I don't want to say agreement because I know that's wrong, an option.
Option to purchase.
It was initially said that the previous administration allowed the buy-sell option to expire. But what baffles me is that the current administration picked up that option once again, despite understanding that the appraisal could potentially be a problem. So if I'm being misled or I'm conveying false information, I'm only going off of what I was told. I also want to say this time and time again, that I was promised as the councilman of District 8 that we would exhaust everything in our power to ensure that that Fitson Road project would be the location of this site. Even to the point, Mayor Simeon, you told me that you would purchase this property and the adjacent property next to it that's owned by Mr. Cedric LaFleur. So if I'm misleading people, I'm only doing what you told me you would do. If we're gonna be a man of our word, we gotta be transparent. And I was misled by this current administration, not by the previous administration. I've been characterized as being not easy to work with, having an attitude, being humbuggish, but time and time again, I've just tried to passionately convey what I've always tried to say was, hey, let's make District A a better place to live, learn, work, play, and ultimately retire. I can only go off of what you told me, Mayor Simeon. I'm not going off of he say, she say. I hear we talk about these other projects and things like that. The purpose I wanted to show that video is because I'm hearing my fellow councilmen say, a place to work out, a place to stretch our legs, a place to shoot hoops. Yo, what are we doing? This is not about going play basketball at Purple Heart or Ward 3. This is a legendary project that we have never seen before. We talk about planting seeds. In order for something to grow, how about you plant it in the most underserved community in the entire Lake Charles? I've been on this council for 3 years, and I've never seen a 100-day period where so much focus was on District A. Yet, we're not making progress. We're stunning growth. You think I'm lying? Go back to the meetings. Time and time again, I have come up here and ultimately had to be disrespectful to fight for people who put me in this position. But I've been met with resistance when we talk about this project. I was met with resistance when I begged and pleaded for a community pool, one in the community that had never had in 20 years. We were left with a splash pad. But I had to beg and plead just to get a pool in a public setting. I begged and I pleaded during Lake Charles Rebound that we allocate $4 million to the revitalization of Railroad Avenue. If you think Railroad Avenue they don't need $4 million to whatever scope we gonna use it for, when you leave here, go drive down there. And don't drive on the well-lit side, drive on the north side, and you tell me, could they really use $4 million? A couple months ago, I pleaded and I pleaded and I pleaded and I pleaded with the Greater St. Mary Foundation, not the church, the foundation. Let's make sure we distinguish that. But I pleaded that we put a resiliency hub in the heart of that community. You know why? Because that's the most underserved people in this whole one Lake Charles arena. It would be more accessible. Instead, I had to beg and plead and fight just to be able to get majority vote for that to happen in that same community that I'm referring to as Gosport. I've heard the pros and the cons of every site. I heard sites at the last moment. I said this last Tuesday that until 3 days before, I had never even heard of the Capital One site. This is why I'm saying that we're gonna be transparent. I represent the entire District A. So if no one felt the need to come and communicate with me, fellow council members, about the Fitz and Ryder site, you didn't have the audacity to communicate with me neither, because Capital One site is in District 8. So I want to make sure no one is mistaking not understanding what I'm saying. Either way it go, it's still proposed to happen in my district, possibly, right? But I want you to understand the checks and balances. This is not about the have and the have-nots. I want to go back on record and say, I apologize, Mayor Simeon, if I came across disrespectful. But you put me in this position because you promised me, Mayor Simeon, that you would purchase that property and the adjacent property next to it. Despite I didn't disrespect nobody while I was talking, Mayor Simeon. I just want an opportunity to get my point across. I'm being transparent. I have no reason to lie. I have evidence and proof of what I'm saying. And if I'm passionate about this, Mayor Simeon, I'm gonna apologize again. Because as a young black male growing up in the North Lake Charles area, specifically the Gosport area, I watched a councilman named Marshall Simeon represent a district that was underserved at that time too, Marshall Simeon, the councilman, not disrespectfully, now Mayor Simeon. So if you misconstruing what I'm saying, or you taking it wrong what I'm saying, it's because I grew up watching you fight for the same community that I'm fighting for right now. If we don't want to take every measure, let's go back to the appraisal, Mr. Cardone. The reason why I'm asking, did we exhaust and did we dot every I and cross every T? Because I've been a part of this council. I've been in that room next door. I've been on the 4th floor, the 5th floor, and the 10th floor. We've had small group meetings where we spoke about, hey, we want to get this project done. So we're going to go back to the table, and it's something called negotiation. And we're going to beg, and we're going to plead, and we're going to talk. And we're going to beg, and we're going to plead, and we're going to talk till we get it done. You think I'm lying? Port Wonder and everything that happened on the lakefront is a true testament to that. When you guys approached us about the parking garage and say, hey, we just need $1 million. Guess what? We came back and spent 6 more. All I'm saying, we have done this time and time again. But for some reason, the geographical location is making this a problem. I'm not being disrespectful to nobody community. I'm an educator by trade. So whether I represent the constituents up here, I represent all children in the city of Lake Charles and Calcasieu Parish. All I'm saying is, we want an opportunity. We want a placemat. We're tired of being a doormat. At some point in time, anybody in their right conscious mind have to ask themselves, city council meetings start at 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We almost at 9:30 Central Standard Time. And guess what we talked about tonight? The most underserved area in the community that has been yearning for support. But here it is. It's not that what people are saying is saying, let's change something. I have my colleagues arguing with me why they should not support what I'm proposing. Let's go back to the appraisal. I get it. But you don't think we can be productive? I can shout major projects that we went through. If we call the owner to the table and have a decent conversation, one of the reasons the owner is not here tonight, because on public record, he was said that he was not loyal, he was not to be trusted, and several things like that. That's why he's not here tonight. He doesn't have any faith in the city. All I'm saying, time and time again, I wholeheartedly do not believe we done everything to exhaust every measure and apply all energy towards this Fitz and Ryder project. And if we did, then guess what? Previous and current administration misled the constituents of Gosport once again. How many times do we have to keep taking these punches? We saying one Lake Charles. It's night and day. I'm gonna say it again. If we saying we not worried about the disparities, I came up here and I fought for the Hope Center project, District A, Gosport area, Railroad Avenue, same people, same demographic, same issues. Y'all saying it's not about geographical area, but we still keep coming and pushing back on everything that has to do with that area. Prove me wrong. We own record, we own video, we being recorded. The proof is in the pudding. This has become the focal point of why we should stunt growth or derail the projects in North Lake Charles. Not to mention, we're up here saying we don't want this on Fitz and Ryder, right? Mayor Simeon, one of your baby projects was the Enterprise Extension. Mayor Simeon, you sat up here for 8 years and you couldn't get many council members, some of them who are still on here, to go along with you and support you to get this Enterprise Extension done. I now know how you feel. I now know why we have what they call the road to nowhere. Because I can't get 6 other people to see, man, why not? I know exactly how you feel. But what's more disheartening, I'm sorry. Okay, we need to make a motion. I need more time.
No, I mean, you can.
What's more disheartening,
You can speak as long as you want.
what's more disheartening is that I'm having to fight for a project that I feel that needs to be in a particular area, and my mayor lives right there. My mayor is a constituent. So Mayor Simeon, I'm not just fighting for just Gosport residents, I'm fighting for my mayor. I'm fighting for a legendary project that can be steps away from his house. Come on, Mayor Simeon. Come on, administration. You know we haven't exhausted everything that we can do about this project. No disrespect to the citizens outside of Gosport area. But if we don't do this now, when we gonna do it? Because research shows, history shows, time and time again, we are derailing things that's coming to Gosport. Prove me wrong. Just as this council has been together, I watched all of you speak about why we should not continue with the projects that I just named. Projects that started and was planted by the previous administration that was on course to go ahead. The casualties because of an election? Somebody got to ask that question. As much as we criticize the previous administration, seeds were planted for North Lake Charles and Gosport to finally bloom. And now we're at a point where we're saying, let's not put this complex on Fitz and Ryder Road. What's the purpose of us doing the enterprise extension? I'm asking the administration, what's the purpose of us doing the enterprise extension?
Because the enterprise extension opens up the whole riverside, the whole northern part of Lake Charles to a redevelopment that's much needed.
So the sport complex wouldn't aid to that?
It would aid it if it could go in there. But that's not the only thing that's going to bring this community to where it needs to be.
But it could, you agree that it could aid in making sure that that is becoming a reality?
Everything can aid it. Calcasieu Heights can aid it. SWLA is the public.
For the sake
the
of this
private.
project, can it or can it not?
Yes.
Okay. Last thing, I'm getting to my final point, Mr. President. One of the cons was given to me about why this shouldn't be on Fitz and Ryder Road, even though we said the appraisal didn't come back, but we still continued the monologue. We said there's no hotels. How many hotels we have close to the Capital One site besides the Drake Motel? Motels. I didn't say hotels. I said motels.
I don't know what the Drake is. Just one.
Just one. Okay. We also said the potential conflict of the construction of the enterprise extension. Maybe I'm the only one that haven't been paying attention, but we're about to be under construction on I-10 for the next 7 to 8 years. Again, somebody got to justify. Maybe I'm in an ignorant bubble right now, but now I'm getting silence and I'm getting faces that like, man, what are you talking about? I'm in here and I'm continuously talking because guess what? There's a lot of people who all fall under the One Lake Charles umbrella that's not in here tonight. You know why they're not in here? They can't be here. Why they can't be here? Maybe they don't have opportunity to be here. Y'all, I don't see race. I don't see color. Anybody who knows me and knows me, I don't care about color. I see ignorance. And how dare we sit up here time and time again, extend conversations, and we don't want to address the elephant in the room is that we somehow strategically find a way to not give the citizens who don't have the opportunity a chance. And that chance could be changed by 4 votes. 4 votes can give somebody an opportunity of a lifetime. 4 votes can change the trajectory of children. 4 votes can change the trajectory of our city. Stop finding reasons why we can't do something. We started this meeting off when we talked about number 5. And I watched 3 councilmen who I already knew they was gonna vote that way, for the record. I watched 3. I didn't disrespect nobody. I'm stating my professional opinion. But it happened that way, did it not? Okay.
I knew they was gonna vote.
I'm gonna say it again. I didn't disrespect nobody like y'all accused me of last week. I'm gonna say it again. The bottom line is, and I want to. He can rebut me if he want. But what I'm saying is, I'm not about hiding, y'all. I'm addressing the elephant in the room. Tell me I'm lying when the vote came out that way. Y'all may not admit it. Y'all may not admit it. But that's the problem. That's why there's so much mistrust with the city of Lake Charles. That's why people keep talking about the difference between North Lake Charles and South Lake Charles. Because we paint pictures. We paint canvases. We like they say, you can paint a pretty picnic, but you can't you can't predict the weather. Outcast, if some of y'all didn't know. But this is what I'm saying. we keep talking about what's outside the frame. We're not really taking care of the people inside the picture. I rest my case.
Mr. President, I'd like to touch on that we add what Mr. Bilbo was saying with Greater St. Mary, that they run
So just for
concurrent.
clarity, you want to add to the current item,
That-
Goss Boulevard, the Greater St. Mary property,
Yes.
to continue on,
No, not Goss, we're talking about,
Greater St. Mary's on Goss.
The
Yes.
Greater St. Mary's on North Goss.
yeah.
So you want to add that to it, so
To
that
the
what the
Capital
mayor
One.
and doing
They
will go
run both
simultaneously.
at the same time, and we see.
I'm just spoken, Mr. President. Could I, and no disrespect, Mr. Fundo, I wanted to end mine by making a motion.
Well, mine was still on the
Mr.
floor.
Fundo, so that I can add mine, if you don't mind.
Okay.
That's okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. I would like the motion to be on the table, that we move forward, right, with what we're doing. However, I would like to see the complete exhaustion of the Fitz and Ryder Road project. I would like for us to come back to the table. I would like to initiate that meeting with the owner. I would like to bring the city administration and the mayor to the table, and a third-party arbiter. I want to be able, obviously, we can't have all the council members there, but the first two councilmen that volunteered to be in there with me, I would like to have a sit-down meeting with that person, okay? And I would like to have some hard conversations with that person before we make a final decision. So, I'll move that we include going back to the Fitz and Ryder Road owner, have a conversation with him at the table, consider the donation of the Greater St. Mary Foundation and the Capital One project. That's my motion on the table.
I second.
Mr. Fondell seconds. Any questions or comments?
I don't even know if we understand where we're at. Simple form.
Simple form is
We're
this.
changing we're not even dealing with anything that's on paper.
I'm asking that tonight, I'm asking that we vote to strategically, and I'm saying because time is of essence. Within the next 7 days, we have a meeting with the owner of the Fitz and Ryder Road project with two other councilmen who's willing to come in there and unbiasedly have a conversation with him and along with the administration. Put all facts out on the table, okay, from start to finish and work towards a solution. I'm also willing that we consider looking at all the problems that could potentially happen with the Greater St. Mary donation, and we talk about the Capital One project. All three of them. And I also want to say this. I also want us to consider, I know this is going to be lengthy, with the Capital One project, the potential spending that we can have. Because we talk about a parking garage, but again, we know that we're going to have to put some money into that parking garage. Like I said, using it for example, the Harris or the parking garage by Crying Eagle, we started off for $1 million. We ended up spending $7 million. That's $6 million. So we're talking about money spending. At the end of the day, we're about to spend some more money
So,
again.
Mr. Harvey, what is did you change it or
Yeah,
just
he
clear?
talked a little longer, but.
No, it's still the three
So in
properties.
layman's terms,
Okay.
the motion on the table from me is that we move forward with ensuring that we, one, come back to the table with the Fitz and Ryder Road owner, okay? And include the certain people within the room. Two, we consider the Greater St. Mary Foundation, property. And three, we look closer at what the possible money being spent for the Capital One Tower, and is it even feasible? Because again, correct me if I'm wrong, we're still waiting on an environmental study, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm putting on the table, that's my
So,
motion.
just for clarity, Mr. Beazonar, he's adding the Greater St. Mary property, he's adding a meeting with the owners of the Fitz and Ryder Road project, exhausting all those meetings to the already stated agenda item. Everybody clear? Am I clear with that, Mayor?
And I'm also asking that this come back and be on the very next council meeting if possible. Or do we have to, or is that? do we have to
We'll
wait?
schedule a time.
Okay.
All right. Everybody clear on what's being voted on?
Do we even need a we can consider all sites without a resolution, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but we got a resolution on the table.
We have a motion.
You have a motion and a second.
And second, and we vote.
All right, please vote.
5-4, 3 against. The 3 against are Mr. Bilbo, Mr. Young, and Mr. Weatherford.
These, you voted yes? You voted yes for the,
I voted yes.
okay.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna finish up the meeting at this time. We, number 2, please hold down the noise, please. It's not gonna take us long, because we're ready to get out. Number 2, an ordinance ordering demolition and authorizing the city of Lake Charles to enter an agreement for demolition of a structure located at 410 North Simmons Street. Pamela Marie Swain, owner, subject to a tax sale to the state of Louisiana. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Hester.
Voted for the amendment, we didn't vote
Good
for the
evening,
actual-
council.
We voted for the amendment. Excuse me.
Mr. Hester.
Okay, this is a hurricane damaged residential structure. You can see in the pictures there's roof damage, exterior wall damage, window damage, all exposing the interior to severe weather damage of the structure.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Marks, if y'all could, just for the record, y'all voted on the amendment, so the amendment was approved, but now you got to vote on it as amended.
Vote as amended. Please vote. Yes.
Are we missing a vote? We're missing a vote.
You voted on the amendment. You voted yes for the amendment.
Right.
Oh, shoot.
Yes.
Okay, so on the as amended,
I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit emotional because
So you voted for yes for the amendment, and you come back and vote no against the amendment.
that's why I don't understand. So, let it stay that it is. Okay?
You understand what you voted?
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Renee?
okay, we have 3 in favor and we have 4 against. The 4 against are Mr. Bilbo, Mr. Young, Mr. Vizano, and Mr. Weatherford, so it failed.
It failed. It just went on to say it failed. No, we're gonna go, it failed. He changed his vote after Mr. Stutes asked him, are you sure that's what you wanna vote?
Nah,
It changed.
I need somebody
Go
to
ahead.
come up and speak. How we change our vote based off of clarification after the vote?
I'm going to the restroom to cool off.
Let it go.
Y'all can figure it out.
Yeah. So, you know what time it is, man? It ain't no need to debate it, y'all. It ain't no need to debate it. Number 2.
No. I got a question. I'm sorry. We gonna take no. So we basically have somebody got to tell me this not. We approved the vote, but then
We approved
for
the-
the justification. He come back and he changed his vote.
He approved the amendment
Right.
and voted no to the amendment.
I did the same thing for the
I don't wanna hear that, man.
number
Vote is the
5.
vote. Let's move
I
on.
voted for the amendment and against the as
I'd like
amended.
a second on my amendment with Mr. Bilbo.
That was the same thing.
That we amend the resolution to include the Greater St. Mary's property.
That was what we voted on.
No, we voted on what Mr. Harvey
And
was.
he included your thing in.
No, but I just want those two.
You can't take it out. It was already put in.
You can do a
We
motion.
voted on it.
I think you can do a motion.
Just for clarification, because 15 fails, as we leave this meeting, we're still not gonna have a site for this sports
That's right.
facility.
That's right.
15 passed.
No, 15
No, it
failed.
failed.
They amended it to
passed,
add
but
you amended to add the Gary to St. Mary and to add the Fitz and Ryder Bank.
So-
But then as amended, it failed, so
That's
there's no
what we
sites
need.
that's selected.
Yeah, that's good.
So we're back to square one.
Yes. So, that's
All right, the
good.
vote has been cast. The mayor has shit. Is it on record?
Yes, sir.
I need clarity before we go on the record. I really need clarity.
Okay.
So the amendment passed.
The amendment passed.
Which
yes, sir.
amended the actual resolution.
That amended the resolution. Your amendment that you put on, that was seconded by Mr. Fondell,
Then all of a sudden,
passed.
the last vote came after him fact checking with somebody. And then he,
Okay, Mr. So, we back to what I want.
No, well,
If it failed, then I can still put my amendment.
the resolutions that fail, the
Resolution
resolution fails, so
itself
it's
The
over.
resolution fails. So it's
Okay,
over.
it's all over.
Now, I think that there may be able, I don't know if it is this meeting, But the prevailing side can make a motion to reconsider, I believe.
Yes, you can.
I don't think that's true.
I don't know if it can be at the same meeting or has to be at a later meeting. I think it can be at the same meeting.
Yeah, you can. You can revisit.
You can
And the
revisit.
prevailing side has to be the person that brings that.
He's gonna change his mind.
So y'all gonna coach him how to call it back, bring it back?
Yes, I apologize.
No, it's no apology needed.
But-
No apology needed. Here we go.
Wait, Mr. Vizino, we were having conversation, and I know you were somewhat, it sounded like you were a little bit confused about the vote. And I just want to make sure, the first time you voted for the amendment.
That's correct.
And I think the second time you voted no, but you were a little confused. And I just want to make sure that you weren't trying to vote yes. You don't,
We'll keep it as no. I originally voted as a yes, correct?
No.
Yeah, we voted
yes
to
the amendment.
the
You
amendment.
voted no
Okay,
to
then my
the.
As
second vote
amended.
is a yes, okay?
So we want to revisit it and re-vote on it
No,
then?
we
His
can't
second vote is
revisit
a
it now.
yes, so he's saying
You
he
call it
voted
back
yes,
later.
which means that it would pass.
Right, so we can call it back.
Right now, the vote is cast. He can come back and revisit this in the next meeting.
Exactly.
Right now, the vote has been cast.
Can you do it right now in this
Next
meeting?
meeting.
Yeah. You can make,
Is that
the
right?
prevailing side can make a motion to reconsider, but I don't know if it's at the same meeting or different, the next
He
meeting.
can come back and revisit it
Doing this.
right now. When you want to do it, right
well,
now.
well, Mr. Marks, I guess when Mr. Stutes asked Mr. Vizino if he meant to vote that way, I think there was confusion, and I was just trying to do more clarifying.
It wasn't confusion. It was clear. He was asking him, hey, did you vote right?
Yeah.
And he changed his vote. So I'm good with that. But we need to know where we go from here.
Okay.
So what can happen is one of the people who voted in favor of the amendment, that would be Mr.
No,
Fondell.
as amended, not of the
That
amendment.
it
as amended.
voted in favor of the amendment. So either Mr. Fondell, Mr. Vizino, Mr. Marks, or Mr. Harvey, who voted in favor of the amendment, one of those four can make a motion to reconsider the vote on the amendment. And then there would have to be a vote to reconsider, then you'd have to vote on the amendment again. So
Even though we passed it
that's,
as
you
amended.
can reconsider. If someone
I
who
understand, right.
makes a motion who was on the prevailing side of the
But
amendment.
it would have to be on the final, would have to be on the final vote, which is fine. You had,
Can I say something? Can I say what my intention was?
Yeah, sure.
Regardless of how it fits in the motion
Whatever you
or
want.
whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that the motion was to look at all three sites again. And I think we've done that. So my vote was to say, no, let's look at the sites. But I thought, I got very confused because we talked about so many different things. But if y'all want my vote to stand as it is, it really doesn't matter in my opinion, because all we're doing is looking at the sites. All we're doing is delaying the
Okay,
inevitable.
so you agree with
Correct.
letting it fail? That's right.
Yeah, so your vote is your vote.
Don't-
You only
don't
can file a
re-vote your
motion to
vote.
reconsider.
I'm
That's
not
it.
saying that. No, what I'm saying is you just said your vote was to vote to revisit the sites. That's what you said.
That's what my vote was.
Okay.
Right. My intent was, we already looked at these sites.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand Mr. Hardy's passion about wanting the appraisal and being able to renegotiate and all that kind of stuff. But I think we're gonna end up where we are now. So that was what my intent was, to say, we're done. Let's move forward.
We haven't exhausted what I said.
I understand. I understand.
What I'm saying, we haven't done what I asked them. We haven't done that before. We haven't sat down.
I understand that. And that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Stutes, what does it take to revisit the original?
One of the four people who
We just said
voted in favor of the amendment has to vote to reconsider. Has to make a motion to
So
reconsider.
right now, my vote says that we'll look at all three, correct?
Well, no,
Right.
your vote means nothing because y'all didn't vote and pass the actual resolution item as amended. So nothing has happened tonight. You voted in favor of an amendment and the amendment passed. But then there was a vote on whether or not the resolution as amended was going to be adopted, and that failed. So the only thing that can happen if y'all want to do anything else tonight, and I don't care whether you do it or not, is one of the people who voted in favor of the amendment can make a motion to have a vote to reconsider that amendment, period. That's what can be done tonight.
Start all over.
Enough for tonight.
I think it's enough for tonight.
No.
No. So we got,
We can move on
just
with
wanna
the
be clear.
thing.
Come back at another meeting and revisit the vote from this. Is that not correct? You can make an amendment to readjust your vote if you didn't understand it in another meeting. Am I correct? I've seen it done.
I think the proper procedure is gonna be, somebody has to make a motion to reconsider this particular item.
No, nobody don't have to.
No.
No, I'm saying if you wanna bring, if you wanna.
He just said what he wanted to
Wait,
do, so why are we moving on?
May I please speak?
I understand.
Right
Y'all
now,
are trying to get me in a trap.
No.
Okay? So y'all can laugh if you want, but no.
Yeah, David said yes.
The trap was when you was asked, is that your right vote?
No, we're
After you
not
vote.
gonna, we already upset, Craig. Can he bring it up once at the next meeting and get a man time?
Well, someone can put
if
a
he already
resolution on
upset,
again
so
the
why
following
should
Tuesday.
we make him go on?
y'all
So
can,
we can just move on.
No, thank you, Mr. Fondell. I don't need you to defend me. I appreciate it, okay?
Okay, all right.
If y'all want to clear this up, let's redo it, okay? But it doesn't change anything as far as I'm concerned, except it delays the inevitable. So if y'all want to clear it up, redo the amendment vote and the actual vote, I'm fine with that.
Well, we can't clear it up. One of y'all has to make a motion.
Because of the 4 hours of public hearing that we've had, I feel like it would help if tonight we did have a vote, but I can't make that motion to reconsider because I wasn't one of the ones.
Train him how to do it.
Only one of the guys who said yes.
I can.
And it takes a second,
said no,
correct?
he can't.
From the
Go ahead
purveyor.
and put your words in.
Mr. Harvey, Mr. Marks, Mr. Vizano, Mr. Fondell.
No, he said no. Because it passed or because it failed?
Because the
I don't
min-
know, because you want to change your vote. It doesn't matter if it passed or failed. If you want to change your vote, you can make the motion to revisit it right now.
Okay, I make that motion.
Okay, you make that motion.
There's
You
a
got
motion.
enough coaching. You good.
I'm good.
All right.
Yes.
There's a motion on the floor to reconsider the amendment vote and the resolution vote. And so we would need a second and a vote on
Make
the
the motion.
reconsideration.
I make the motion to revisit both votes,
Okay.
correct?
The amendment?
Yes.
Yeah.
We
it
need a
has-
second.
And then it has
And
to be.
only the ones who voted yes can give
No,
that
that's
second.
not correct.
No, I think
Anybody can
I
second.
think once it's on the floor, anybody
Once
can
it's on the
vote to
floor, anybody can
reconsider. I
second.
think. I'm not a raw rules of expert.
Okay, we need a second.
Second.
Wait,
Okay.
Do y'all need-
Anybody else want to coach? Council members, this is what we doing. We vote. We don't need no coaching. We done got enough coaching and change votes and all that. Now this
Whoa,
getting ridiculous.
I'm
I think
not
if somebody could
whoa,
explain the procedure.
I'm not
It's been
coaching.
explained.
Okay, all right, I'm going to ask for that to be
I was
done one more
explaining the
time, just so
procedure.
that everybody is completely aware.
I'm not coaching anybody.
Uh,
I'm not coaching anybody. I'm just trying to be helpful.
Okay, you made your motion? Everybody understand the motion? All right, please vote.
What are we voting on?
Motion.
We're voting on whether you're going to reconsider the
Reconsider.
amendment. A vote in favor will be to reconsider the amendment.
Which the amendment is,
The amendment is that you
Madam
consider all three sites. So if you vote in favor of reconsidering, that amendment to the original resolution will be undone. That's what you're voting on. So a vote in favor, yes, will be that the amendment that y'all voted previously to put onto the resolution, if you vote yes now, you will undo that amendment, and the original resolution as put on the agenda will then be up for a vote, unless somebody offers another amendment, which is possible.
understood.
So the vote right now, the vote that we're going to have now is whether we're going to put it back on tonight's agenda.
That is correct, and whether or not you're going to undo the amendment that was proposed by Mr. Harper.
But that's a second vote,
No, that's the first vote. The first vote is to vote to reconsider the amendment.
right? Which means that
Anybody not clear?
I'm not clear.
Okay, so what you did was you took something that was on the agenda that was a resolution, and there was a motion on the floor to amend it, and you voted 4-3 in favor to amend the original resolution. Then you voted on the resolution, and you rejected the resolution as amended. And so now there's a vote on the floor there was a motion, a possible vote. There was a motion to reconsider it. It's been seconded. And if you vote in favor, then the amendment to the original resolution is no longer valid, and then you can then vote to reconsider the original resolution and/or amend it again. So a vote in favor right now means that the amendment that Mr. Harvey proposed would no longer be valid if there's 4 votes in favor.
We're starting from
That is correct. You
point
would then,
one.
you would start
the
over then
original
again.
resolution.
That is correct.
Okay.
So,
Everybody understand?
Yeah.
does everybody understand? Okay.
Please vote.
Know what you vote on? I want more clarity.
Sure. Go
Say
ahead.
that again?
Go ahead.
I want more clarity. I want clarity on what we vote on.
I'm sorry.
I want clarity on what we vote on.
Okay.
What are they voting on? Say it again.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor that was seconded to reconsider the amendment to the resolution. And if you vote in favor of reconsidering the amendment to the resolution is no longer valid. And so you're back to the original resolution to deal with that. So a vote in favor right now invalidates the amendment because it was, the motion to reconsider was on the floor and was seconded.
So I want to go back. I want to go back. As obviously I'm going to vote no, but I want to go back. So basically because the vote was not considered by Mr. Vizanot, the motion that I made is non and void.
Only if there's 4 votes right now. You're,
We get our vote yes.
Yes.
if there's 4 votes in favor of this vote, then your amendment is no longer valid.
Please vote.
Okay.
I'm confused.
I should redo the amendment.
Can I redo this again?
Yeah, you can,
No, listen to me. If you vote yes, that means you want to reconsider. If you vote no, you don't want to reconsider.
yeah, that's correct.
All right, please vote.
Wait,
Already did.
The original.
But what,
I'm gonna throw out.
can,
We
No, that's-
gotta do
I
away
don't
with
think
what
that's-
Mr. Harvey said
Can we
and
make,
reconsider
to make it clear,
the original.
can I just reiterate what my motion was on the table? Would that make it clear for everybody?
Because you gotta undo this vote.
I don't have an opinion on that.
You gotta undo this vote first.
Yeah, so a vote in favor undoes the amendment.
We're voting to undo the amendment. If you for it, vote yes. If you're not, vote no.
That's
Please
accurate.
vote. Ms. Renee, I want the votes polled. Can you tell me who voted what?
Seat 1, which is Mr. Bilvo, voted in favor. Mr. Young voted in favor. Mr. Harvey voted no. You voted no. Mr. Vizino voted yes. Mr. Fondell voted no, and Mr. Weatherford voted yes.
Okay, so the amendment failed.
That's correct. The amendment has been reconsidered.
Okay, so now we're voting
No, we're gonna consider mine, since that one failed.
yours, you can't, yours was included.
No,
in
it done failed now, so
no, I think that basically, and
I can start over.
I think now we're back to the original deal, so we can discuss that and we can make 1,000 amendments.
Yeah, you
Okay,
could,
so my amendment
you
is-
can definitely make the
I'm
red.
making a motion to make an amendment to add what Mr. Bilbo, to include that both properties go along at the same time.
Okay, everybody clear?
Second.
You
Give
can,
me a second. No, give me a second on this.
Am I saying that right, Mr. Stoops?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Harvey.
That my original motion failed
Yes.
because of the misinterpretation of the
Right.
vote. Do I have the opportunity to come back and make that motion again?
I do think you can make the motion again if you would like, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Ponder, I'm asking that you please withdraw once again.
Yes, I'll withdraw again.
Thank you. So I move that what we do is go back and revisit the Fitzenrotter Road project. I'm sorry. Revisit the Fitzenrotter Road project. Have a meeting with the owner, as I previously explained, but also be open to the donation from the Greater St. Mary Foundation and look at all of the logistics that will be entailed within the Capital One project. So basically, we're taking the next week or two to consider all 3 projects, making sure that we've exhausted everything that we can with the Fitz and Rotter Road project. That's my motion on the table.
Got a second?
Second.
Second. Everybody understand before we vote what we voting on?
Yeah.
Please vote.
Okay.
Okay,
Ms. Renee, I would like the votes polled again. Who voted what?
okay, on the nays, we have, Mr. Bilbo, Mr. Young, Mr. Vizino, and Mr. Weatherford. On the yays, we have Mr. Harvey, you, and, Mr. Fondell.
So as of right now, Harvey's motion failed.
Right.
Now we're voting on the original agenda item.
No, because I'm making my motion now, and I need a second, Mr. Harden.
Okay, Mr. Fondell's motion is that both properties, both the Greater St. Mary and the, Capital One site move along together. Everybody understand that? Any questions?
Need a second for that
Need a
one.
second. Got a second. Any questions? Please vote. Ms. Renee, poll please.
Okay, we have in favor, Mr. Bilbo, Mr. Harvey, you, and Mr. Fondell.
Thank you.
Against, we have Mr. Young, Mr. Vizino, and Mr. Weatherford.
Motion carried.
No. Now you need a vote as amended. That was an amendment.
No, the amendment got.
You amended the
another
resolution.
This is your last one.
Okay.
So now it's,
Please vote as amended.
Yes.
Wait, let me clear it.
Please vote as amended. Ms. Renee, poll please.
As amended, it passes because we have a favorable vote from Mr. Harvey, from yourself, from Mr. Fondell, and from Mr. Weatherford. The nays on this vote are Mr. Bilbo, Mr. Young, and Mr. Vizino.
Motion carried.
Motion carried.
Number 2, an ordinance on the demolition and authorizing the city of Lake Charles to enter an agreement for demolition of a structure located at 410 North 7th Street. Pamela Marie Swain, owner, subject to a tax sale to the state of Louisiana. Mr. Hester.
This is a hurricane damaged residential structure. You can see in the pictures there's roof damage, exterior wall damage, window damage, all exposing the interior to severe weather damage of the structure.
Yeah, so this is a rehearing from July 2nd, and I'd like to, that's what I was doing. Yeah, I was doing it. You totally threw me off. This is a rehearing from July 2nd. I'd like to offer into record photographs of the subject property and proof of service through appointment of curator.
Pamela Swain. Pamela Swain, she's gone. Mr. Harvey, that's your district.
I'm asking that we defer. She left. She was here. She left.
Deferred,
Asked that we defer.
30 days?
Yes.
Deferred 30 days. Please vote. Number 3, an ordinance on the demolition and authorizing the city of Lake Charles to, no, that one already, we delayed that one, or deferred that one.
Which one?
Number 3, we deferred it at the beginning. 30
No,
days.
no, we didn't.
We didn't?
We deferred number 1 for
Okay.
30 days.
An ordinance ordering demolition and authorizing the city of Lake Charles to enter an agreement for demolition of a structure located at 1610 Graham Street. Alan J. Mitchell, owner.
This is a rehearing from July 16th. I'd like to offer into the record the photographs of subject property and proof of service through the marshal's office.
Mr. Harvey wants to delay 30 days. Please vote.
7-4.
Number 4, an ordinance ordering demolition and authorizing the city of Lake Charles to enter an agreement for demolition of a structure located at 513 South Prater Street and 515 South Prater Street, Georgiana Thomas Mayo and Simon Thomas Jr. owners.
I'd like to offer into the record photographs of the subject property and proof of service through certified mail.
Go ahead, Mr.
This is a residential structure. It's a hurricane damaged structure, and you can see in the pictures there's roof damage to these structures, exterior wall damage, window damage, all exposing the interior to severe weather damage of this structure.
Mr. Fundale?
And that's not
Yes.
He asked for 36.
South Spring.
Yes.
He asked for 3060.
3060.
3060.
Please vote.
7-4.
Number 5 has been taken care of. Number 6, an ordinance accepting the lowest responsive and responsible bid and authorizing the city of Lake Charles to enter an agreement to purchase road-based limestone aggregate per specifications for use by the Public Works Department. Mr. Fundale, read the back. Number 6.
Let's
Hold
see,
on.
we're gonna accept the bid on road-based aggregate for
Delivery.
aspect
Delivery.
delivery. The delivery price of $10,926 and the pickup price for $95,260.
That is accepted.
I recommend it.
Okay.
Yes,
Sure, okay.
I recommend we accept.
Please vote.
7-4.
Number 7 was deferred. Yes, number 7 was deferred for 30 days. Do we need to put that on the record?
You put it on at the beginning.
Number 8, an ordinance authorizing the city of Lake Charles to accept Kramer Court, Rutland Court, Fletcher Court, and Helmsdale Court in Autumn Crest Phase 2 subdivision, including public right-of-ways, drainage, water, and sewer lines, sewer and traffic control devices for ownership and maintenance by the city of Lake Charles. The city of Lake Charles will not take ownership of the detention ponds. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
7 in favor.
Number 9, an ordinance authorizing the renewal of the professional services agreement between the city of Lake Charles and the Picard Group. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
7 in favor.
The following resolutions may be adopted by consent. Number 10, a resolution authorizing the city of Lake Charles to adopt the Lake Charles Safety Action Plan as part of the U.S. Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads All Grant Initiative. Number 11, hearing date November 5th, 2025. A resolution setting date for public hearing on consideration of the Lake Charles Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny a request for a variance in order to eliminate the required permanently installed buffer fence around dumpster within a mixed-use zoning district at 2604 Lake Street. Number 12, hearing date October 15th, 2025. A resolution setting date for public hearing and consideration of the Lake Charles Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny a request for variance in order to construct 4 duplex dwelling units, 8 units total, while maintaining an existing driveway encroaching required 15-foot buffer yard along the east property line and constructing a driveway less than 150 feet from the nearest intersecting street within the neighborhood zoning district at the southeast corner of East Street at Bilbo Street. Number 13, a resolution authorizing the city of Lake Charles to advertise to receive sealed bids for project number CP 3414 Southwest Water Treatment Plant Backup Power Improvement. Mr. Weatherford, would you take that?
Yes, sir.
Number 14, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lake Charles to delay any further action relative to the former Capital One Tower site being chosen as a location for the indoor sports facility until certain conditions have been met.
Mr. Marks, I would want to pull that one if possible. You didn't ask if we wanted to pull any.
Okay, you can put it.
I just don't want to delay, I don't want to miss out on this to Lafayette. So I feel like this is saying that we are not taking any further action until all conditions have been satisfied. That basically puts us on pause. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
If we're not taking any further action,
Until, we still doing what we gotta do at the site right now. But go ahead, you can pull it though, in the votes. Everybody understand what we voting on?
I'd like to pull number 14,
Pull number
please.
14 is pulled. So we're gonna vote individually for that.
Yes, please.
Okay. Everybody understood?
I'm fine.
We won't vote. No, we're
No,
gonna
we're
pull it
gonna
and
vote, we're
just
gonna-
on it.
we're gonna vote
Cast a
on-
vote For number 14.
We're gonna vote on everything but 14 now, and then we can
First.
consider 14 separate.
Okay. Everybody good?
We can do it in whatever you want. but that-
Are we voting on everything but 14 or just
Everything
14?
Except 14.
10 through, or whatever just for,
Everything
what's
I
number
read-
1? 12, what's the first resolution?
We're voting on 10, 11, 12,
10 through 13,
10, 11, 12,
and 13.
and 13, yeah, so I appointed the chair.
Right.
What about?
And-
No, we're gonna vote on
No,
14
we've done
separately.
15 already. Everybody clear?
Yes.
Please vote.
7 in favor.
Now we voting on number 14, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lake Charles to delay any further action relative to the former Capital One Tower site being chosen as the location for the indoor sports facility until certain conditions have been met. Anybody got any questions or comments? Please vote. Can I get a poll, Ms. Renee?
Okay, we have 3 to 4, so it failed. And the 3 that voted in favor were Mr. Harvey, Mr. Marks, and Mr. Fondell. The 4 that voted against it are Mr. Bilbo, Mr. Young, Mr. Vizano, and Mr. Weatherford.
The following ordinances are for introduction by consent and will be read into the record the day following the meeting at 9 a.m. in the City Council chambers in City Hall.